Hello everyone, I'm back, this time with a much longer video, one that I thought I would never make. And that's because I didn't expect anyone to comment. But not only did I receive one comment, I received two. Three, if I actually include the troll comment that I ended up deleting because it was troll-like, completely irrelevant, and since I already mentioned it on my Instagram and shared it probably a couple of other places, I figured, what's the harm of sharing it in this video as well? I do want to take time to make a quickish disclaimer. Even though I stated it at the end of the previous video, I do want to acknowledge my fault again. I want to acknowledge the fact that people more than likely skipped over a lot of the sections in my second video due to how repetitive it was. I also feel as though that's one of the main reasons why certain individuals felt emboldened to comment on my previous video compared to the first video. And here's what my thought process was. The idea that I had in mind was to address the allegations against me first, and then go in chronological order from how Korea and I met to how our relationship ended, because one of the allegations that was made against me stated that Korea never wanted to be associated with me in the first place. Fair warning, you'll definitely hear this part maybe a couple more times in this video, along with a few other things. I do want to give a warning for that, and I wanted to show that that was not the case. I did share the screen recordings, but I also was going to go through them, and that's what I thought I was doing in the second video. However, while I was in the process of editing it, I realized that it was more similar to the unscripted rants that I did on my Instagram, which I've since taken down, compared to my very first video, and I debated whether or not I should post it, since I believe that the rant would have taken away from the messages that I've been trying to convey from the very beginning, that I've done nothing to these people, I have absolutely no idea why I got dragged into this, and I wasn't just associated with Korea. As you can see, I chose to upload the video anyway because I did spend time editing it and whatnot, and it resulted in me getting what I deem to be a gem of a comment. It's currently pinned on my second video, ouch, and I'm going to link it in the description below. And due to said comment, along with other critiques towards my second video, I just decided that I was just going to scrap the format that I was going with completely and then just address the comments. And should I need to bring in other screenshots pertaining to conversations between Korea and myself and other stuff, I'm going to do that. So yeah. Ouch. So before I address the pinned comment, I want to address the very first comment that I received, which is by XOXO, but because I don't want to keep on saying XOXO, and I don't want to toggle between Jess or Jen because I'm not really sure what her name is. I don't remember her name. I do apologize, but because I don't want to keep on doing that, I'm just going to refer to her by her machinima's name, which is Pretty Poison. So Pretty Poison responds to my video with, "Hey, close friend of Korea's here, and I was a founder of the Sims Corner. I don't know if you remember me or not. Anyway, I'm not here to argue about this shit anymore because quite frankly, it's old. You feel how you feel, but it has been well over a month and you're still making 30+ minute hit pieces. At what point does it end? It's your channel and you can share and feel what you want, but it just looks crazy to be dragging it out this long. Hope you get the closure you need from this." And I respond with, "I absolutely remember you, which is why I must say this as respectfully as possible since we never had any problems. As you know, making videos and editing them takes time." I did not write it in that order. I do apologize. "Especially if it requires full context and screenshots. That's why the videos that have been posted are spaced out the way they are. You also contradicted yourself by stating you didn't want to argue about Old Ish, and yet felt compelled to not only respond to Old Ish, but question question when it'll end. Your close friend Korea lied on me and painted me out to be an aggressor, which resulted in their other friends also lying on me and attacking me. I'm merely telling my story on my platform, and if it takes me all summer to do it, then so be it. I kindly suggest you take your own advice and leave the matter and me alone, since for you, it's old. Thanks. Then she responds with, I mean, two things can be true at once. I cannot want to argue about old shit but still make a comment. And my question was rhetorical. Enjoy the rest of your summer. And to this particular comment, I will say this as respectfully as possible. Fuck you. Pretty Poison literally has no business saying anything about anything because she wasn't there. She was barely active in the server. Barely. I only had probably like maybe 1 or 2 conversations with her. But other than that, I don't have a problem with Pretty Poison. I didn't mention her. I didn't tag her name. I only tagged the people that contributed in spreading lies about me and decided to be mad disrespectful on my platform. And the fact that she is saying that she's not going to argue about this shit anymore when I literally never heard the first argument, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the seventh, the eighth, the ninth, the tenth. Like, I didn't even hear that alphabet of the arguments that she's talking about because she never reached out to me. Whatever argument she's talking about or something like that, she didn't say it to me. She probably is talking to some whole other motherfucker because it wasn't me. And in this situation, no, two things cannot be true at once. You cannot state that I'm not going to argue about this anymore because it's old and then proceed to follow up with an argument. And not only an argument, but a rhetorical question. Why are you here? What was the purpose of you leaving a comment other than to start an argument? Like, you either do it or you don't. And you chose to do the latter. And not only did you choose to do that, you're using this bullshit ass cop out of an excuse as to why you don't want to address none of the stuff that I said. I literally gave you the book for dummies version, the TLDR version of why I am doing what I'm doing. And your response to it is, well, two things can be true at once. Hope you enjoy your summer. Like, get the fuck out of here with all that noise. Like, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do because you need help finding the exit. Any future comment that you choose to make will be deleted. And not only will they be deleted, I will screenshot them too. This is your first and last warning. Leave me alone. Now that I got that part out of the way, it's time for me to address my favorite comment because it's by my #1 fan. As you all can see, this message that Mooney left is very lengthy. And it is actually longer than the one that she sent on Discord. It's almost like 10 paragraphs, maybe more, maybe less. I don't know. I didn't count it. I skimmed it at first because it said the same thing that Pretty Poison said, only it's much longer. And not to mention, it's a bit more troll-like, I would say. I guess she thought she ate, but that's fine with me. So here we go. Hey. So this is actually insane. First things first, I'm only going to address the things that actually matter because most of what's in these videos is a whole lot of nothing. Korea has addressed this multiple times and has confirmed that Aron and Issa only have a 1-year age difference. Aron is 18 and Issa, being only a year older, having already graduated, which makes her 19. It's even said in the dialogue at some point, but you didn't even include that because you're just pulling lies out of your ass to make it look bad. I see zero evidence to support what you make out to be a 7-year age gap. Sorry, Albie, I know this is hard for you to understand, but nobody else is matching your freak with the age gaps. This brings me to the second thing that needs to be addressed. I'm gonna be real here and say that yes, I could have been more communicative as a mod. I was afraid of coming off as an a-hole, and so I came off too nice. I regret that because honestly, I need to be the asshole in the situation. Especially since I felt uncomfortable around you, and I should have just stated that. I've been demonized in the past for being too open about my comfort levels, but honestly, this just makes me realize I should have been the a-hole. Because I think it's plain common sense not to stream taboo Sims porn on a public server. 18+ channel or not, why did you think it was ever okay to show explicit scenes between a minor and a legal adult. I don't care whatever excuse you make up to validate your point on why. The amount of time you spent trying to defend it is very concerning, especially since you keep changing your story to make you look less bad. You said the age gap was between an 18-year-old and someone in their 30s. It wasn't. We didn't watch Summer Heat. I explicitly remember you saying that this was about a teacher-student relationship with a 17-year-old and someone in their 30s. Absolutely disgusting. And the way you were acting when I joined the stream for the first time made my alarm bells go off instantly. Once you told me what it was, I left the stream because I didn't want to see that shit. No one wanted to see that. And if you remember, I went silent but remained on voice chat and eventually left because talking about it made me feel uncomfortable. That's when I messaged you and gave you a warning. I was a lot nicer than I should have been, I will admit, but never again. This weird obsession you have with Korea is getting out of hand. They distance themselves from you because you made them feel uncomfortable, which they have every right to do so. So because you're hurt about that rejection, you make a 40-long-minute video on it? That's just insane. Especially when you brought up very private things about their relationships, which was completely irrelevant, by the way, and then proceeded to yap about how y'all met. Doesn't matter how long ago you met, people still have the right to cut out toxic people in their life. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. This is just crazy stalkerish behavior. You dedicating your whole summer to this is just sad. Also, I love how you're mentioning that Korea is pushing 30 when you're in your 30s yourself. Instead of going outside and touching grass like a regular person, you're sitting in front of the computer screen. You're wasting your summer making 40-minute long videos with barely any context and unfunny millennial memes.
Okay, man. Arnold!
Anyway, I don't know how you're not tired when you expel all your mental energy on things that we move past, but don't expect me not to clock you when you make up lies and bring up personal topics about my friends. Hope you have the summer you think you deserve while being chronically online. I'm not sure where to begin with this letter because there's a lot to unpack here. More than likely, I'm just gonna save the best for last, but I'm going to start by stating the obvious. Y'all motherfuckers don't listen, and y'all don't read. But before I show any evidence to support those particular claims of mine, I want to talk about like the smallest thing in Mooney's letter that she mentioned, and that has to do with my age. She states, I love how you're mentioning Korea's pushing 30 when you're in your 30s yourself. And since I'm just gonna mention my age and stuff like that, I might as well just throw up the comment that the troll left, cause the fella said that I was 40. Said I was like a 40-year-old gooner. I thought he misspelled groomer, but apparently gooner is a word. I just learned that. I didn't know that existed, so you learn something new every day. Surprise, surprise.
Surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise.
In response to Mooney's comment, and I guess a little bit of the troll's comment, I'm 30. Can I just pause right here and just state something, because I just noticed this. This is like the second time that I've seen that this happened. Mooney has a habit of pluraling things. Like in the very first video, I mentioned in one of her allegations against me that she claimed that I wrote stories when I only wrote a piece of a story that I shared to the Sims Corner. And now she's claiming that I'm in my 30s. That's just something that I wanted to take note of because it's a little annoying, but also very interesting. Very interesting. Anyway, I'm just gonna take a guess here and assume that she thought that by mentioning that I was in my 30s, which again, I'm 30, I'm assuming she thinks that I was hiding it to the world when I've said more than I can count that I'm a 90s kid. Also, when I joined the Sims Corner, in order for you to have access to certain parts of the server, you had to mention your age. I clearly put that I was, I believe, 25 to 29, and then after I turned 30, I switched it to 30 to 34. I'm fairly certain I did that, but again, I wouldn't know because I'm not in the server anymore. I got booted, remember? And y'all think this is the reason why I made my videos. None of that changes the fact that Korea is pushing 30 and is relying on individuals girls that are much younger than them to fight their battles. Case in point, Mooney is in her early 20s. Rather than Korea speaking for themselves, it's Mooney. And not only is Mooney speaking for Korea, they're speaking for the entire server as well. Which, in my humble opinion, she is doing a horrible job because she doesn't listen. And she doesn't read either. See, I told you I'd get back to that part. Because the most important thing that Mooney wanted to address was Aron and Issa's age difference. And she stated that, well, I see zero evidence of what you make out to be a 7-year age gap. Also, that Korea confirmed multiple times, like had said multiple times and confirmed that Issa was a year older than Aron. Again, had she listened, I clearly said that at the time of Issa's debut, she was in development. So information about her kept changing up until wherever Korea set it in stone, which I still don't know because unlike Mooney and the Goon Squad, I'm not a hate watcher. I haven't watched Dobro or any of Korea's shit in months. And I'm not ever going to watch their stuff again, even though I was looking forward to the reboot of For the Love of the King because Zazel was going to be in it. I also very clearly stated that Korea talked about Issa, her son, her relationship with Aron, and all that jazz over a series of live streams that took place in January or February. And in those live streams, they said that Aron was going to be in a relationship with an older woman, and said older woman was going to be in her 20s. A 1-year age difference does not an older woman make. That's like saying Lars is an older man because he started school late. And in case you guys want further information about what these live streams consisted of, it was Korea working on sets, filming their scenes, giving sneak peeks, and tours of the sets they've completed. I do remember at one point that Korea was working on the scene where Kala drunk called Jasmine and Aron and Issa exchanged profile pictures, and it was during that particular stream that Korea first mentioned that Issa had a son. That was because during the tour that they gave of Issa and Kino's home, because I do believe they live together, they showed Issa's room, and in that room there was children's stuff and even a bed, like a little bed for a kid. And I said, oh damn, Issa has a kid? And Korea said, yeah, she has a son. I'm not even gonna bother repeating what I said in the second video. I'm just gonna put the timestamp. Now I would have clipped it, but it's too long. It's probably 5 to 6 minutes long. So I'm not gonna put the clip in here. I'm just gonna give the timestamp and put it inside the description box. Also, Mooney says that it was stated in the dialogue at some point that Issa was 19, or at the very least she graduated last year, which would make her a year older than Aron. And I want to know when it was mentioned, which episode mentioned that, because if it was after episode 5, the episode where Lars dyed his hair, I wouldn't know. But going back to the other stuff that I said that Korea streamed, they also streamed the behind the scenes of them working on the Valentine's Day special when Penelope went on her very first date. They talked about their characters, especially Lars being a vampire who was originally a part of another series that got scrapped. In that series, Zazel was actually the love interest, and Lars was just the friend. They also mentioned their inspiration behind making Machinimas, which was Final Fantasy 15 Kingsglaive, and they premiered their newest episodes of Dobro, the Valentine's Day special included, in Discord. Because prior to the YouTube premiere and definitely before their Patreon, in order for you to have access to Korea's episodes first before they got posted on YouTube, you had to go through the Sims Corner, and you had to be 18 up because the server did allow minors in the chat. The minimum age requirement was 13, and if you were a minor, alternatives would be made. I remember Mooney offering one of her machinimas, I believe it's called My Alien Neighbor or Alien Next Door, I don't fucking remember. But she offered that as an alternative that people can watch if they do not have access to Korea's machinimas. And once those premieres ended, whoever remained in stream, because sometimes the watch party would go up to 40 and then it went back down to 8 or something like that. But whoever remained, we would do other things. Korea would probably proceed to work on something else, maybe nothing at all, just listen to music, watch a couple of videos. We goofed around, watched other people play various video games, and all that other stuff that people would do in a Discord. So of course there wouldn't be any evidence of all the times Issa's information changed that Mooney expects me to have on hand, because that would have required me to have known since January that everything that's happening now would occur, and that will require me to not only record the live streams but all of the voice chats that I've been in, and that is weird. And before anybody tries to clock me or call me a liar because the pictures that I shared in my previous video of Aaron and Issa occur after episode 5 of season 2 of Doro, I got it from Korea's community feed. Are those pictures there anymore? I don't know. I genuinely do not know, but I needed a visual. And the only pictures that I had was what Korea shared in the server prior to them leaving, which was Aaron and Issa engaging in sexual activity, like her choking him out while he's pleasuring himself and her licking his ear. And because I wanted tamer pictures of them for the sake of visual purposes, I had to go through YouTube because Korea blocked me on Tumblr. I blocked them on Instagram and TikTok, and the only thing that was actually available where I guess you can't necessarily block somebody, but you can prevent them from showing up on your feed, I went to their YouTube channel's community feed. It is minor, but I know somebody's gonna like nitpick about the picture and like throw that accusation out there, so I thought it would be best if I explained it in the videos. I just got a picture that was shared on the community feed. I never watched anything after season 2 episode 5. I highly doubt y'all care because y'all don't listen. You know what? No, that's not fair to say. Let me actually rephrase that. It's not that y'all don't listen. It's that y'all refuse to listen to anything negative pertaining to your favorite creator, who is Korea. Because that will require y'all to actually sit back and self-reflect on the things that y'all have said, done, and caused in defense of this individual. That's just my opinion of that. But moving on to the second part, Mooney says that I brought up very private and irrelevant information about Korea's relationships, when literally all I said was that Korea and Stellar dated at one point, broke up, and remained friends. First of all, Korea and Stellar's relationship wasn't private because they let it be known on both their Instagram accounts and Discord that they were together. When they broke up, their names weren't on each other's profile pages anymore. On top of that, Korea told me sometime last year, August to be exact, that they fucked around, pulled a Luca, and fell for their friend. Didn't know who it was until it was stated on Korea's Instagram account. And since Mooney's all about common sense dictates that if you don't want people to know anything about your private life, which includes your dating life as well, you don't talk about it, or you don't put it on social media. Second of all, the reason why it's relevant is because not only did Korea talk about Stellar and why they broke up, whenever Korea flirted with somebody in the voice chats, Stellar responded negatively to it. You know what, that's not fair. It's not like Korea just flirted with anybody in the server. Like, they flirted with like one particular person, and that person is actually going to be a recurring character in this video because she gave me permission to talk about it. Does this ring a bell? She's the one that Korea kept on flirting with. And so much for fucking anonymity, y'all are already gonna know who it is. But for the sake of protecting what's left of her identity, she opted to go with the name Chicharon. I can't stand this girl. But anyway, going back to like the flirting, it's not like it was casual flirting that Korea did. Like, Korea did some out-of-pocket shit when it came to Chicharon. They would literally moan into the mic hearing Chicharon's voice. I remember the first time when we actually turned on our mics and everybody was listening to our voices and stuff like that. When Chicharon turned on her mic and said hello, Korea basically like levitated into the air and was like, "Oh my god, you sound so sexy. Oh, you need to stop talking to me. Don't talk to me like that." And would start muting Chicharon's mic. Anytime Chicharon fucking breathed, they would be like, "Stop talking to me like that, like ooh," and just like mute them. And it was kind of funny. I say kind of funny, it was funny. In my opinion, it was funny. I thought like everybody was getting like a laugh out of it because Korea was being goofy. Then when we did like face reveals, we ended up sharing pictures of ourselves. Not only would Korea be like, yup, y'all all looking cute, y'all looking fine, like y'all gorgeous, Chicharon sends a picture of herself, and they was just like barking, like wolf whistling in a way at Chicharon's picture. And I don't know if Korea saved the picture. I just think that they had it up on like their side, so when Chicharon deleted her picture, Korea was saying, I'm still staring at this. Like, I'm just still staring at the details and stuff. Like damn. Some shit like that. Stellar, on the other hand, as I said before, did not like this and would let her disappointment be known, because she would randomly appear out of nowhere like Batman and would drop like a couple of gifts of cats, dogs, and even like probably people here and there, just like side-eyeing the hell out of the chat. Now, it could have been towards Korea, it also could have been towards Chicharon, but I want to say it initially started out as like side-eyeing Korea, because anytime Stellar appeared with like a side-eye gift, Korea would just stammer on their words, go like, oh, well, that's not, disconnect the call. They'll be gone for like maybe 5 minutes, and then they come back acting like nothing happened. And I initially thought that it was a joke. Like, I thought it was a running gag, like Korea being goofy, Stellar's there to end the goofiness, and then Korea gets back to what they were doing. There was even a time at one point when Korea was talking about their relationship with Stellar, and I also believe we were talking about the Omegaverse or something like that. Korea says something about being like an alpha of some sort, like I think they said something about being like an alpha male or some shit like that. And they always used this werewolf gift, and I cannot for the life of me find it. So, but I found some of the pictures. They would use this and kept on talking about how they were like an alpha, how they were being like an alpha male transforming into a werewolf, like their true form. And at one point, they even stated that they were an alpha in their relationship. But again, I thought that this was Korea being goofy. And you know what? They were being goofy because we were all just laughing. I'm saying we, as in like the people in the chat, because some of us did have like a couple of chuckles here and there. When Stellar came in during that time, I even asked her, and it was that rare time that Stellar actually turned on her mic. And I said, Stellar, who is the alpha in the relationship? You or Korea? And she said, it's me. Korea didn't have a response to that. They just went quiet and was like, oh. And that's how I thought their relationship was. It was like one of those dynamics where, you know, somebody's a goofball and the other one has to be the sensible one. And I thought Korea was the goofball, Stellar was the sensible one. However, I do want to state that there was a time when Korea was back on like flirting. And I'm not saying this happened once or twice. This happened on several occasions, multiple times, probably more than I'm even aware of, because whenever I was there and whenever Chicharon was there, Korea would flirt with Chicharon a lot and would say some out of pocket shit. Whatever happened when I wasn't there, I don't know. I can't say. That's why I'm only speaking about parts that I know of, that I saw. But I also want to mention the part that I was there for, but I can't remember the date. And it was another day where Korea was flirting with Chicharon, or saying some weird stuff to Chicharon. And I genuinely, for the life of me, cannot remember what they said. But Stellar appeared out of nowhere. Korea went back to like the little stammering, getting quiet, and it was just like, it's not what it looks like, or whatever it is, something like that. And Stellar writes in the chat, you trying to get Chicharon beat up. Me, being none the wiser, thought that it was sarcasm, and I ended up chuckling at it. I thought that it was just jokes. Again, I thought it was just a mixture of people being goofy, people being silly in chat, being chill and stuff. Come to find out, Chicharon told me she wasn't really comfortable with the fact that Korea kept flirting with her the way that they did. And at first, they thought it was funny and they were fine with it, but the fact that it kept on going and going, like, it made her feel uncomfortable. And on top of that, she did not like the fact that Stella would take some of her frustrations out on her, because Chicharon should not be responsible for Korea's action. And I strongly believe one of the reasons they broke up is because Korea had no respect for their relationship. And that's why bringing up the fact that Korea and Stellar dated was relevant, because Chicharon got caught in the middle of Korea's actions and Stellar's reactions. And I have to say this again because I know somebody's going to say it. Before y'all try to clock me and accuse me of being a hypocrite for talking about Chicharon's experience or what happened to Chicharon, because even though I said she gave me permission to talk about it, I want to let you guys know I was there. I was there when we first turned on our mics. I was there when we did our face reveals. I was there when Korea was talking about their inspiration behind making machinimas, and when Chicharon said that she never watched Kingsglaive, Korea offered to make a watch party for that one day. I was there when Korea moaned into the mic several times, when they said out of pocket shit about having a vitiligo coochie. I was even there when Stellar started to appear in the chat, making gifts and stuff. I was there when Korea would stammer on their words and then leave for 5 minutes and come back and pretend nothing happened. Now, I wasn't there for everything. I'm not Mooney. I don't believe the sun rises and sets when I wake up and go to sleep. But I was there when most of this happened, including the part when Stellar wrote word for word, "You trying to get Chicharon beat up." And on top of that, there was a time back in February, the middle of February, where Korea pulled Chicharon aside and went into general chat or another chat, and they were gone for 45 minutes. I almost considered hopping into the chat that they were in just to check to see if stuff was okay. I was being nosy, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, I nearly did that. When they came back, I said something along the lines of damn, y'all was gone for a while. And they chuckled at it, and they basically said something along the lines of yeah, we just was talking, we just had to have a conversation with each other. Well, even if you were there and you did see that, you're still talking for Chicharon. Chicharon's a grown person, right? Shouldn't she tell her own story? Why is she relying on you to
Before I start, I would just like to say that this is only me explaining my situations with Korea and why I don't want to be associated with Korea anymore, or even talk about them, or even have to, I guess, deal with them anymore. I have made posts about my experiences with them in the past, but I never really said much else. I was always very vague with what I was talking about when it came to Korea or even the founders. But unfortunately, a lot of these interactions with Korea was through voice chat in their server called The Sims Corner, meaning I don't really have anything to really show my side of things other than my memory and witnesses, but obviously I'm not gonna make people speak for me. You guys are free to interpret this however you like, but just know this is just my truth, and to finally be done with this and hopefully, but I doubt it, get some explanation or closure from Korea. I have no issue with the other founders. If anything, I got along with one of them. At the time, one of them was named Barry.
Okay, I'm starting this voice memo. I'm at a part where she's saying that she got along with one of the founders, which was Barry. That is true, because Barry is the only founder that actually would talk to us besides Korea. They only gave us the time of day. They would be in call with us almost every day or when they could be. So that is true. No other founder cared to talk to us.
So I truly don't have an issue with anybody. I'm sure they do have an issue with me, considering I have issues with Korea. But I'm honestly just disappointed with how they instantly jumped in and defended Korea this hard without seeing my side or anyone else's side. Of course, it's their friend, so I completely understand, but it becomes annoying when the founders take it upon themselves to always swoop in and deal with Korea's issues. Like I have said many times, Korea is a grown person and should be able to handle their issues like an adult. So, if any of you are watching, as you guys prove that you are, please know I don't have issues with you guys, only Korea. I will continue to do my best to be respectful through this so it doesn't feel like I'm just bashing Korea or insulting Korea. But again, I only have issues with Korea. not the other founders. The only way I'll have an issue with you is if you do something to cause me to have an issue with you. I'm just explaining my side and just letting you guys know I've never once properly gotten an explanation for my supposed actions. If I have ever did, it was discussed with Korea mutually, and then all of a sudden it would go bad again without me even knowing. It was very, very difficult to know if I was on Korea's good side or bad side, because again, it felt like I was walking on eggshells half the time around Korea. And the only ever thing I've ever gotten was being ignored and talked about behind the scenes.
Also can confirm the never knowing if I was on Korea's good side or bad side, because we would squash whatever we had. We would have like a grown adult conversation, or so I thought, and then it'd be weird energy in the calls only towards me because they're weird as fuck, but okay.
It's really annoying because this all could have been avoided if Korea had just talked with me. If I upset them, made them uncomfortable, they should have come to me. But instead, I just got ignored and talked shit about.
The whole thing with Korea saying like, oh, you can come to me and talk to me about anything that's bothering you, I'm fine with that, I can talk. And then when you go tell them how you feel, they want to play the victim about a situation. We can talk as adults. And I felt like they couldn't do that. They always use the excuse of them being on the spectrum for everything, not taking away from them being on the spectrum, but you can't use that as an excuse to be an asshole.
If I genuinely was a problem, like they claim that I was, why wasn't I ever kicked from the server?
I also second the whole, if I was such a problem, then I could have been kicked from the server because you got, quote, quote, so much complaints from people that I was the problem. But then I should have been kicked when you're having side conversation that you were going to kick me from the server, but I never got kicked. So how am I supposed to know that if there's any issues or something that I need to fix, that you couldn't come to me and talk to me because you, quote, quote, don't know how to talk to me? Just text me and tell me. We're adults, supposedly. Apparently you're not.
I would have had no problem with that if I was explained why I was acting a certain way and I was just kicked. That would have been fine. I wouldn't have had an issue. It's their server. They were literally free to do whatever they wanted to me if I was genuinely a problem. If any of us were a problem, they had every right to do so. But again, they never did. They kept me on the server and let me interact with people, which is really frustrating because they have banned people for less issues.
I second the keeping me on the server and not kicking me when you are literally the founder. This is your server. You control it and you act like you can't even control your own server. Babe.
Anyway, the common argument I hear from Mooney and Stella is Korea doesn't owe me an explanation since I didn't know them. Sure, that's fair. We didn't really know each other that long. But when I did absolutely nothing and suddenly get ignored and talked shit about behind the scenes and my friends get treated differently because of their associations with me, and it was literally something that should have only just stayed between me and Korea and it became such a big thing, then yes, I do deserve one, because this is not fair to them. Realistically, you can ignore me all you want, you don't have to associate with me anymore. Quite frankly, I'm okay with that. I do not give two fucks, but my friends deserve an apology for how you treated them, for literally blocking them, not wanting to talk to them anymore, all because you don't like me, which is frustrating because they have nothing to do with this. They don't represent me, they don't speak for me. I speak for myself, I represent myself.
Me also never getting a proper explanation for my actions as well. Just got blocked, never got anything as to reason why I was blocked. I thought we was cool, but I guess not, because there was side conversation being said about me, not to me. It's, typical. And then the whole Korea, blocking everybody by association, which was actually true. You would sit here and text certain people and try to get information out of them so you can have something to, go back on, oh, they were talking shit, and they're not giving you what you want, and then you block them. Is crazy work. And then you would sit there and flirt with people while you were in a relationship is also crazy work. I bet you Stella didn't know that. Oh, okay.
Anyway, let's get into the things I've experienced in The Sims Square. There were honestly many instances where I've had issues, but I'll be real. Those were very minor, and I didn't feel like it was super important to add. Instead, I'll be saying the main things so it doesn't feel like I'm dragging it. For the record, I've only ever had 2 conversations with Korea where it was just us in the server, in the voice channels. It was never private, so it was all only through there. And again, I've never recorded these because I didn't think I would ever need to. That's not like someone's first thought when they're talking with someone privately. So I wish I did because it would help a lot in this situation, but again, I had no reason to back then. I never saw this as something that was gonna turn into this fucking like BS. And again, when we would have those 2 conversations, it was always the same complaint. How they didn't know how to interact with me and they felt uncomfortable with me. I have always asked Korea why, what did I do, and if there was anything I can do to reassure them, and they never really gave me an explanation, like a proper one of what I would do. They just said that after the interaction where I've confronted them about, them being rude to me one time, and then they said after that they didn't know how to act around me. But they did go into a bit about their personal life, which I'm obviously not going to speak about because that's nobody's business, to give me perspective, and I went ahead and did the same. I apologized to Korea and let them know I'll do my best to show them they don't have to be on edge around me. I always told them, always, and to anybody who I meet, that I'm an awkward person, and that when people first meet me, I always have a monotone or sound like I'm not into the conversation. I always made it a point to tell people who first meet me that I'm like that. I have a hard time with making friends or just being my genuine self due to past experiences, so that's why I act the way I do when people first meet me. So I always made it my goal to make sure people didn't feel uncomfortable because I tend to be awkward or just seem quiet or etc. That's what I would discuss with Korea during those 2 conversations we would have, thinking it would resolve our issues, which I thought was the case because Korea always acted very friendly with me in the voice chats and conversations that we would all have in the server during either general chat or the 18+ chat, you name it. We would always have normal conversations. And we would even talk about our favorite games or just random things with other people.
I can second the whole being friendly with them because they very much would be. You had a whole partner at the time. I don't know if they're still together, but at the time when Korea and Stellar were together and Stellar wouldn't be in calls, majority of the time Korea would be flirting with said person. It would be like a daily thing. Let's say Korea would be flirting with said person, and then Stellar would come in the call and Korea would just change your whole dynamic. Like, oh, just start panic, act like nothing happened. Like you just wasn't flirting with that person 2 seconds ago. But okay. You would always flirt, talk about how hot their voice is, how good they sound, always. The whole call could be about their voice or just flirting with that person the whole entire time, and it was weird because you have a partner, but okay.
Another complaint that they had was that me and my friends that I made in the server weren't making them and the founders feel comfortable talking there, which I found also very weird because I didn't know that was a thing. I was wondering what? And also they kind of were asking if we could do better on making them feel included, which I thought was really weird considering it's not our server. Like, I totally get it, like, you want people to feel comfortable in the server, it's all about community. That was your goal, and that's what you even said this server was about, to bring a community together. I get that, but at the same time, I'm not a moderator. I'm a person joining your server with your friends who are moderators, and you're the owner of the server. So if anything, why do you guys feel not included? It's literally about you guys.
I can second this because about the whole founders feeling like we weren't including them, which is a lie. Because anytime we would be in voice call, like the group, I would say group because we were the only ones talking in the thing. We were the only ones that kept the server alive. We would just be in there, and then the founders would come in and they would say about 2-3 words to us, and then they would talk amongst themselves. So I'm not understanding the whole we're not making you feel included, which we shouldn't have to because it's your server. If you want to join the call, you can join the call. Nobody's stopping you. You just would never come in the call at all. And if we try to have conversation with you, it'll be very dry, or you just kind of want to get it over with and then talk amongst yourselves. So y'all could have just stayed in your own little group chat and talk if you're going to be in here for 2 seconds and then leave. So it's not our job to make you feel comfortable, or you could just join the calls and talk to us. But instead, you don't do that or never join the calls, or you're barely in there to begin with.
So it was just strange to me. I even explained to them that if anything, sometimes we feel not included, because a lot of the times the founders, when we would have conversations, they wouldn't really talk with us, they would talk at us. And they would probably include us in 1 or 2 seconds of conversation, and they were always just to themselves. And it also kind of felt like that in the voice chats too, so we weren't able to really get close with a lot of them. It got better over time, but in that moment, it felt like it was very cliquey. Of course, they even turned it around and said, we could say the same thing about you guys. You guys are very cliquey too.
I just want to put this out here about the whole clicky thing. Yeah, it seemed like it was very clicky because, again, it was only us talking in a server, or we would only be the ones in voice call, the same people every day talking. So we grew a bond really quickly because we were talking to each other damn near every fucking day. And the founders were nowhere to be found, unless Korea would come in or Barry. That's the only 2 founders we really talked to. So I'm not understanding.
And I would say yes and no. Yes, we were cliquey because we all got close around the same time. We all met around the same time, so we all bonded at the same time. And again, the founders were very not active in the server. And when they were, it was really just to talk amongst themselves, or sometimes to other people. So again, we weren't really close with them because they were so inactive in the server. And so Korea saying, we made them feel not included, it's because they weren't active. And when they were active, they barely talked with anybody. So again, it's not really an issue because they're mods. They can do whatever they want. Obviously following the rules, but they could do whatever they want. And just an FYI, the rules were kind of bent half the time. Sometimes nobody followed the rules, and sometimes they did. So it was very disorganized. This server was very disorganized because it was so new, which I don't blame anybody for, but don't act like you guys follow the rules and were very strict with stuff. You guys let stuff get past. Let's just be so for real. You guys let things slide sometimes because you guys are moderators. Or because you guys are friendly with another person in the server. Let's be so fucking for real. It was very disorganized.
I can second, the server was very disorganized. They do not know how to run a server. It was very half-assed. Yeah.
I don't know how it is now. I'm sure it's much more better now, and people are actually active now. But when I was there and when my friends were there, it was very disorganized at the time because it was so new.
That server is in fact still bullshit because it did not get better. It in fact did not get better. In fact, got worse. They are very much heathens in that server. They were all for, we don't need to be talking about this explicit stuff, like this right here. It's just very much all the time heathenism going on in that server. And that's really disappointing because when we were in the server, it was very much okay, we would say heathen shit here and there, it'd be funny and it'd be calm. But now that server now is just very much sexual stuff all the time, and that's disgusting. And they're letting that slide all the time. That's crazy.
But anyway, back to the main point. Yeah, so when I had that discussion with Korea, I thought we were cool because they always made it seem like we were. But then I find out months later, after I left the Sims Corner due to all this, because I was just having really bad anxiety and depression and just every good thing you can think of. So I left for my own sanity. I find out after I leave that Korea actually spoke very badly of me, saying that I made them uncomfortable and that I am the reason that they left the first time.
I can second the whole leaving the server and then Korea talking shit about me and said person without coming to me and said person and saying it to us. They like to talk shit to other people and not to us. That's kind of their thing, you know. They love to do that. And them saying that we are the reason that you left the server. You done said you left the server for 3 different reasons. What the fuck is the actual reason? Is it me and them? Is it because of the other 2 reasons? I'm not, like, pick something. Stick with one thing.
I'm not gonna lie. When I first heard this, I was mad. I was angry. I was like, what the fuck do you mean? That I was the one making them uncomfortable, because I never did anything to do that. Anyway, because all of our interactions were through voice chat, and we were never alone. It was always with people. Always with people. And many people in there never seemed to have an issue with me. So I don't know what Korea was talking about. I genuinely do not. I will give my reasoning at the end of this of what I think possibly could have really upset Korea, but for now, we will be discussing other stuff. All of our conversations were through voice chat and through messages in either the general chat or the 18+ chat in the server. But again, I was always respectful to Korea in those. But you want to know who wasn't respectful to me? Korea. Our second or third ever interaction with each other was Korea bashing a sim that I made. I'll show them here, wherever LB decides to put it. Yeah, they were bashing a sim that I made and just completely being rude about it.
I can second the whole Korea bashing a sim that said person had made. It was very disrespectful because they would play favoritism, they would be cool with everybody else's sim, and just said fuck said person's sim, which was, again, very disrespectful because everybody's here to make sims, make a story, and then you're just talking shit, which can make them feel a certain way, or you're downplaying what they've done, which they feel like what they've made is good in their eyes. And then you're just talking shit about it can make them feel like what they made is not good enough to people and make them not want to do Sims because of what you said, which is very rude. And that's very weird to me, and I personally didn't like that when I saw that in the Sims corner. Like if anybody were to post their Sims, Korea's commenting, reacting, and saying, oh my god, I love this, da 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 da, and then if said person was to put their sim, post their sim in there, crickets, nothing was said about it. Like they just skipped over them, and that's really disrespectful, and I didn't like that.
Then they out of nowhere left the call in the voice chat, and Barry was there for all that. They were there for that interaction. They saw, well, not saw, but heard how I started to sound super bummed out. If it wasn't clear that I was bummed out, I certainly said I was bummed out, because I even asked Barry in that moment, is Korea being serious? Is my sim really that bad? And then I started saying like, you know, I kind of feel bad now. I kind of feel like shit now. Brushed it off. And just said that that's just how Korea is, just ignore Korea, they're just being Korean. And I guess that's an explanation, but whatever, I'm not gonna go deep into that.
For Barry to sit here and say that's just Korea, that's how Korea is so dumb as fuck to say, because, and that's taking away from how said person feels, because they felt good about their sim. They thought they did a great job, which they did do a great job on their sim. You shouldn't be talking about anybody's fucking sim. It's a pixel. That motherfucker can get deleted, if anything. So for you to be sitting here going this hard about some Sims is crazy work. like let's be so serious. Like everybody's just here to enjoy making Sims and do what they feel is right, because it's a community to make Sims and make Sim story. That's what people are in the server for. To talk about Sims and like get along with each other. And then for you to make said person feel bad about their Sims is again weird as fuck. And make them feel bad about how they made their Sims, or make them feel like their Sim is not good enough, which it shouldn't matter, because their son was good.
But again, I was hurt because that was literally the third interaction I've ever had with Korea, and at the time I didn't know Korea. I just knew them as someone that I watched. But anyway, the next thing, Korea was also in a relationship during all this. I don't know if they are now, but back then when I was in the server, they were. And that person they dated was also in the server, and they went by Stellar. And if they want to say, why are we bringing past relationships into this, it plays a big fucking role. And I'll get to that right now. During all this, Korea started to like my voice and would constantly talk about how good my voice was. I don't really care if it was or wasn't, but anyway. They would moan when they heard my voice, or would even flirt with me or try to get me to say flirtatious lines. Not gonna lie, this made me uncomfortable. I won't lie, it was funny at first because of how Korea was acting. Like, maybe once or twice, like 3 times just to be, whatever. But it got old very, very quickly.
Again, I second the whole Korea talking about said person's voice all the fucking time. All the time. Almost damn near every damn day talking about said person's voice. And like, you were in a relationship at the time, don't know if you're still in there with them, in a relationship, but you were. And it was just very weird. And then you got Stellar coming at said person for literally nothing, when you need to check your partner for being weird, not said person. Said person is just a victim. Like, they gotta hear it every day, getting harassed about their voice. They can't help how they talk.
It even made other people uncomfortable in the voice chat, to the point they thought something was going on between me and Korea with how often they acted like that towards me. And by often, I mean every single fucking interaction was them just flirting about my voice. Again, we would talk about other things too. It wasn't just that. But with how often it was, it made people not want to talk in the chats, because they would just strictly, literally the second I got in there, it was them going, oh my god, your voice, oh my god, talk to me more, oh my god, stop, blah, 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 blah. Like, it was just that, and it was really, really annoying. And also, it was just, you're in a relationship, why are you acting like this? And it's not even like a funny thing anymore. It's just, it literally just feels like you're flirting with me. But again, I could be wrong. If Korea wants to explain that, they can go ahead. But for me, it was very weird.
They would heavily flirt with said person all the time when Stellar wasn't in there again. And they, in fact, would moan into the mic. And Korea would make them say something like, just have them say like the most randomest thing. And Korea would just be like, oh my god, then mute their mic. And then come back and just start tweaking about their voice. Like, it's so weird. They made it a daily, damn near daily thing about their voice. I'm just like, you're so weird. Weird as hell. Okay, we get it. Said person has a nice voice. Okay, wrap it up. You talk about this shit every day. You think their voice is so sexy, da 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 da.
And you want to know when they never did that? It was when founders were around, or their own girlfriend, or when they were messaging in the chats. They never once indicated anything like that towards me when they were around. It was only ever in voice chat when it was just them and other people around. Never the founders or the girlfriend when they were around. But when their girlfriend was, they completely ignored me. Completely. Like, they would probably reference me, they would talk to me, but then that's it. It was always just, I love my girlfriend, my girlfriend's amazing, my girlfriend's this, blah, 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 blah. Which was also a kind of a red flag, but again, what can you fucking do? Also, I love another example. Korea, even when it came to some of us doing face reveals, Korea even made a comment about my appearance, and even said they were still looking at my photo and enlarging it to get a closer look.
That's so weird, motherfucker. You're weird as fuck. You're so weird. You're so weird.
All of this was weird for somebody who was in a supposed loving relationship.
I will never forget the time when we were in the Sims corner and Stella was saying like said person, you must want to get beat up. Who? One thing you're not about to do is think you could beat up said person. That's what we're not about to do. You're getting mad at said person because your heathen ass partner can't control themselves when they're in call, or you feel like said person is trying to flirt with Korea. Baby, I promise you, don't nobody want Korea. Nobody in there wanted Korea. Not any of the 8 of us at the time wanted Korea. I promise you. Nobody was gonna want to steal Korea from you. That's all you, babe. That's all you.
I feel like I'm going to be hearing this, so I will just be addressing this. The argument that I'm probably going to hear is, well, why didn't you address this? Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you tell anybody? Blah, blah, blah. I very well could have. And thinking back on it, I wish I did. I genuinely was worried about how this would be taken. Would it A, cause trauma? Would it A, kick me from the server? Because at the time, I liked the people I was talking to in the server. I didn't want to get kicked out because I said something like that. And I genuinely didn't know if what I said was even going to be believed or not. And I genuinely just did not feel comfortable. And because at the time, everybody loved Korea. Everybody was friendly with Korea. So it just felt like whatever I said was just going to be drowned out. That's how I felt. And, you know, whatever.
I second the whole not wanting to say anything all the time about how you're feeling, because you never know how these motherfuckers are going to take shit, if they're going to take it like an adult or like a child. So I completely agree with that, because you never know how they were going to act. Or you just don't feel like you need to be addressing stuff that can cause a big issue when it don't need to be one. So yeah.
Even so, if I didn't say anything, I was kind of actually hoping Korea would stop on their own. So that's why I never said anything, because I thought they'll probably just get bored constantly saying the same thing and then just stop. No, they never fucking stopped.
And what always would kill me about anything, that if Korea was ever in shit, Mooney and the little minions would just always defend Korea or talk for Korea. Korea is grown as fuck. They can talk for themselves. Why y'all little minions gotta talk for them? That's weird. But okay. For me, I can hold my own. I don't know about them. Knife and fork, eating their ass all the time. It's crazy work.
And if I end up becoming the bad guy out of revealing that, then fine. I don't care. But if you're gonna hate on me, also get upset at Korea, who is also the bad person for even doing something like that while in a relationship. I'm not apologizing for someone else's shit behavior. I'll apologize for mine. I'll apologize for not saying anything, but I'm not apologizing for Korea's shit behavior, because I'm not the only one they did that to. But I won't be revealing that because that's not my story. But just know, they've done it to other people too.
So because I didn't know where to put these while Chicharon was giving her testimony, I decided to add them at the end. And they are screenshots of situations that she shared with me that support some of what she has been saying. You guys will have to pause to read these, because the only messages I prefer to read aloud are my own, because I can also expand on those situations. The first screenshot I want to share is pertaining to what I've already said before, which was Stellar talking about how Korea was trying to get Chicharon beat up. These messages were exchanged between Chicharron and another former member of the Sims Corner by the name of Elvira. And I also color coded them in a way so you guys can follow along. The pinkish lavender is Elvira, and the bluish teal green, however it shows up on your screen, is Chicharron's. The next set of screenshots I'm going to share occurred in what I believe to be the meme channel. I really can't say I don't recognize this particular chat. I want to say it's the meme channel because I was rarely, if ever, active in there. So again, you know Elvira's color, you know Chicharron's color, and then you have the ones that are completely blacked out. But I kept them there just so that y'all can follow along with the conversation and so on and so forth. So if you took time to read, you can clearly see that Korea is upset with Chicharron for a variety of reasons. And I would think that if you're upset with a member of the server, this would be grounds to boot them. But Korea did not boot Chicharron. Stellar didn't boot Chicharron either. In fact, nobody kicked Chicharron from the server. She left. And I want to say that she left at least a month after Korea left, because I do remember seeing her in Overwatch, I think late April. But based off of the screenshots that were shared, depending on who you are, if you are the owner of the server and you're being met with, I guess, hostility, don't you think you would have booted somebody then and there? But they didn't. Nobody did. Korea left because they were uncomfortable. Yes, I'ma say it again. Korea left the Sims Corner because members of the server that could have easily been kicked made them feel uncomfortable. And said members remained in there until they decided to leave. And it honestly blows my mind to some degree that everybody is willing to skip over the fact that owners of a server were uncomfortable running their server. And yes, I was there. Between the time Korea left to when they returned, the server was dead. Nobody really interacted with anyone like that. There's 10 people, 10 founders in the server, and barely any of them were there. Like, the only time I seen them actually say anything was when they announced that they released the new episode of their machinima. And even then, that was a little bit scarce. I remember a point when I was sitting in voice chat for maybe 20 minutes to a half an hour and nobody came in. Nobody even poked their head in and left due to being shy. It just wasn't active. The server was dead until Korea came back. That's when the following count spiked. And you had Pretty Poison write that, "Oh my gosh, there's so many new people here. Hi, hello. Remember to check your roles. What do you do?" That's what let me know that not only is Korea the person that kept the server alive and lively, the majority of the people that join the Sims Corner comes from Korea's following. Based off of that observation and the fact that it has been acknowledged by Pretty Poison herself that she and the other founders were not as active as they used to be or could have been because they were barely active, like I said. It is irresponsible to make a server and open it up to minors when you are not actively moderating the chats and the channels. Do what you will with that information. I'm going to move on. I can now share the last set of screenshots that Chicharron gave me, which shows an incident that happened back in January where Korea insulted another set of Chicharron Sims. And whether or not it was jokes, I do believe that it is rather hypocritical to insult somebody's Sims knowing damn well you would feel a certain way if someone should talk to your Sims as well. I'm just saying. I need y'all to understand something important here because I don't think you guys are really grasping at what it took for Chicharron to voluntarily give me testimony and screenshots supporting her claims. Prior to any of this that you see in this video, Chicharron did not fuck with me like that. Like, in fact, she told me that she didn't know where she stood with me because during a time when people were airing their grievances pertaining to the shit that Korea's done to them, I didn't say anything. I just sat there in silence up until Chicharron herself said that she was tempted to comment on Korea's community feed and even probably make a burner account to rejoin the Sims Corner so that she can get answers because she wanted closure. And I ended up telling her when she left the server and blocked Korea and vice versa, that was her closure and that she would have to understand and accept the fact that sometimes she is never going to get answers that she seeks. And she did not like that answer at all. If she had the ability to make a wish and that wish came true, I bet she would want to have the power to force choke my ass through the screen right then and there because she was pissed. I tell you, pissed. Because she thought that I was siding with Korea when all I was saying is that, listen, you are in the process of healing and you will cause yourself far more harm than good by opening up old wounds. It's not even old wounds, it's adding salt to your wounds, trying to get answers to questions you know you will never get answers to. So you owe it to yourself, your mental health, and your overall well-being to let the matter go. And that had nothing to do with picking sides. I wasn't on anyone's side. Just because I knew Korea for a year and we had what I thought to be a very good rapport with one another does not mean I'm just going to automatically side with Korea, because there have been incidents that have been brought to my attention where they have done something to somebody who didn't do anything to them. And I said, well, they're being unreasonable. And yes, to co-sign what Chicharron has said, Korea has used the fact that they were autistic as a shield. And I'm just going to put it out there. You being autistic does not give you a pass to be an asshole. And Korea has been a fucking asshole. But I digress. Going back to Chicharron being a little bit reactionary and to the point where she was literally a breath away from typing something and even making a burner account. It took her a couple of days. It took her a few days to be exact. But she took a breath. She took a breather. And then she was like, yeah, I'm just going to let this go. I'm going to just leave this matter alone. I said what I had to say. Fuck that bitch. Fuck that server. I'm going to just leave it be. And that's the way it was up until June 23rd. I need y'all to remember that date. And since it's been alleged that I've just been yapping these past few months with barely any context, I'm going to give full context here and share all the times that Korea mentioned Chicharron in our conversations from February to April. In addition to talking about Chicharron, they also mentioned Elvira, and as much as I want to talk about this situation with Elvira, I can't because this video is already as long as it is, and I've come to the conclusion in order for me to talk about her, I would have to split this video up. Yes, it will have to be split up, but I have no regrets. I wasn't lying when I said there was a lot of information. I also want to add before I begin reading these that the messages that Korea and I ended up exchanging from February to April when it comes to Chicharon were exchanged on their new account. They deleted their old account on February 16th and they made a brand new account that same day. And that's when they ended up reaching out to me to tell me how they were feeling awkward. February 16th. At 6:10 p.m. because this is what I have to do to give full context. I have to name the fucking date and timestamp. Korea writes to me, "Bro, these chats are so awkward for nothing. Elvira doesn't say anything the whole time unless you mention an insider. Like, what do I say? Why am I being mad uncomfortable in my own server? Also, I would suggest that for slumber parties, they should make their own group chat, like we did, but I don't want to seem like a hater." Just to expand on this part here, there was a time, I want to say like a few nights ago, where Chicharon, Elvira, and several other people were hanging out and they ended up turning into a slumber party. And that was probably the most fun that server had. Anyway, I write, "Have y'all managed to clear up the misunderstanding? Or not yet?" Korea says, like, it's so uncomfortable for anyone else to talk, and it doesn't have to be like that. I spoke to Chicharon earlier, and she made it seem like it wasn't a whole thing. But Elvira is making it so awkward. Like, I peeped the awkward energy. What do I even do? I told her that I wasn't being weird, and she was like, "I want you in there talking to us." Like, bro, it's my server. I can talk to who I want, when I want, and I will with or without your permission. I'm not gonna let her run me out of my own server. And then I respond with, "If you don't mind me asking, what Chicharon say? Was it about the same thing as I said?" Korea responds with, "Chicharon didn't say anything. I spoke to her personally because she's someone I had a personal issue with. Had nothing to do with Elvira." Oh, okay, let me mind my business then. Korea says, "I talked to her about feeling excluded from conversations, and like Chicharon didn't treat me the same as everyone else, and she said she wasn't trying to do that. Elvira, on the other hand, just said she felt like I treated her differently." They then add, "I'm about to blow up and confront her personally and say something. It's my server. I shouldn't feel uncomfortable." And so I say, "Don't blow up. Pull her aside in a voice chat or something like you did Chicharon." Oftentimes messages don't translate that well compared to an actual verbal conversation. Korea says, "Yeah, I guess. It's just annoying having to be the bad guy all the time. Why is it so hard to treat me like a person?" And then I ended up responding to the part where they said that they were feeling uncomfortable. And I said, "I agree 1,000%. You shouldn't be uncomfortable." Korea says, "I'm not afraid to take up space and I will always show up regardless. If they don't like it, they can leave." I respond with, "And that's on period." They then say, "Seemed kinda like Chicharon didn't think she could find a community elsewhere. And that made me kinda sad she stayed just for that. I hate feeling used." So I say, "But what do you want to do? Do you want to just talk to her or ask everyone in voice chat?" No clue, but I just get so annoyed. Like, you don't have to be in my server if you don't like me. And I said, "I don't think anyone dislikes you. I know I don't. Like, I didn't get this vibe from anyone else. It's just Elvira making it so awkward. I think it's best to pull her aside and ask her what's up, and y'all have an actual proper conversation." And then I ended up responding to what Korea said about feeling used by Chicharon. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear you're feeling that way. That's unfortunate." They say, "It's okay. It's my server. I won't be pushed out by anyone. I don't mind, as long as I'm not insane." And then I end up responding with the gift that says, "Period." March 26, 10:02 p.m. Hey Brozinski, I just wanted to check up on you and see if you're good, since it's been a little while. Korea says, at 10:03, "Doing well. Thanks, love." I respond with a Luigi gif, doing the dab, and say, "Happy to hear." Korea then responds with, "I left the server a while ago. I won't be returning. I didn't want to make a big fuss, so I didn't say anything, but I'll continue posting everywhere else." And I say, "Oh no, why'd you leave? You've been missed. Just got tired of feeling uncomfortable and realized that I'm in control of my own environment. I'm really sorry to hear that. I always look forward to seeing you whenever you pop up in voice chat. Seems a little pointless and less fun being in there if you're not around." Korea then responds, at 10:19, "I'm sorry about that, but you know you can always connect with me elsewhere." And I say, is it cause of Elvira or a combination of other stuff? Then I add, of course, I respect your decision wholeheartedly. As long as you're good, I'm good. Korea then says at 10:22, honestly, yes. Elvira and Chicharron. Just got tired of people that don't like me having access to me, my community, so they can have it. But now that I'm out there, I'm no longer concerned with what anyone else is doing and I can relax. One day I might make a new server that's all my own, so I don't have to worry about that again, but probably not. If anyone asks about me or if I come up at any point, I don't mind if you mention that I left a while ago and won't be back. I really don't care and it's not really too deep. Just wanted some space. Don't screen cap my messages though. These are just for you. And I say, at 10:26, perish the thought, fam. I'd never do some slimy ish like that. A moment of silence for me. Korea then says, I trust you. I say, I was gonna ask in chat if anyone heard from you, but I figured it'd be best to contact you personally so you wouldn't get bombarded with messages. I'ma keep the lippy zippy about this. Do the other moderators of the server know about your departure at least, or not at the moment? Yeah, of course they do. It's nice that you wanted to check in. Oh, okay. Cool. I'll miss seeing you in the server, but I'll see you around. You take care of yourself, alright? And I send a gift with, you got this. Like the love you cat. Korea then, responds with like a little laugh and says, yeah, I'm everywhere, just not there. And I say, whenever you find the time to accept my IG message request, it's finna be lit over there again. Till then, comments in Discord all the way. Korea says at 10:48, listen, I don't get requests anymore, and I don't know how to make it not like that. I have gotten more than a few comments of people trying to hit me up, but they can't. No clue. Gotta mess with my settings. Did you see my TikTok account went wild suddenly? I got like 12K overnight. I'm extremely overwhelmed. I'm getting hate comments now. It's wild. I love it here. I said, oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Yes. I was saying yes, king in the DMs and kept forgetting it didn't work. Also, I'm so close to 10K on YouTube. Like, after I left that server, I suddenly thrived. And then they laughed at my remark as saying, yes, king. I said, negative comments. That's hater mentality. You worked hard, my nigga. You deserve the 10K and counting. Korea then says, no, I don't mind. TBH, everyone gets hate. I sometimes read the hate comments for creators I like just to ground me. Like, I love these creators and people find a way to hate on them. It's wild. And I respond with the gift, they hate us cause they ain't us. April 23rd at 1:51 p.m. Korea writes, bro, Chicharron copies me so bad. The way I send her my text, my themes, all the animations I use. She copies me so bad, except don't her main characters seem a little basic? It's low-key annoying that people don't want to be original. So as you can see, there is a 10-hour gap because I didn't respond until 11:41 p.m. In between that time, Korea could have deleted these messages. They didn't. So I responded with, wait, what? And Korea immediately responds with, nothing. And then I said, well, what'd she copy? Nothing. Never mind. Are you sure? Yeah, forget it. Okie dokie, I won't press. Really sorry I didn't see your message. I wish I got the notifications. Nah, it's not urgent. I know, but still, I like chilling with you. And then Korea continues with, her content isn't unique. It's really annoying considering she made it abundantly clear she didn't like me. Like, imagine ripping off my whole aesthetic and hating me. Just needed to vent for a minute. And I said never mind because if you don't see it, then never mind. Like, it wasn't even me that noticed. A fan sent it. I said, okay. I see. And then I responded with, oh damn, I had no idea Chicharron didn't rock with you like that no more. And they responded with, nah, she's the reason I left the server in the first place. She was so disrespectful to me in my own server. So I said they can have it and dipped. Blocked them on my socials though. They're probably still using a burner because Chicharron copies my recent stuff. Like little nuances you have to be paying attention to. Then they say, tired of this community repaying my hard work with dehumanization. I'm a sensitive artist. I just want to share it with people. But some people are vultures. And I say, same day, April 23rd, 11:59 p.m., 11:49 p.m. Oh yeah, I remember you said Elvira and Chicharron had a part in you leaving the server. But to copy you is crazy. So Korea says some people don't want to be unique, and that's okay. But leave me out of it, or at least be cordial. I really don't understand why they didn't make a group chat and chat in there instead of trying to overrun the server. And so I respond with, I'm aware of Chicharron making
Don't say that.
Digibae, whose looks are heavily based off of Rome's, but I ain't really pay attention to the other stuff. And they respond, like, that is so weird to do. That is strange behavior, especially because Elvira loved to talk crazy to me. One day, I'm just gonna make a huge post about it, lol. Just stir up hella drama. And then they followed up with JK. And I say, I mean, it wouldn't be drama if you're voicing your hurt. We've seen how certain people behave in the Discord, and while I'm cordial with everyone, I'm not going to go out of my way to defend somebody when they clearly misinterpret and project a situation like Elvira's done a few times. Korea responds to this with, yeah, but I also don't want to platform them. If I speak out, more people will look at their content, and they don't deserve any attention at all. All I can do is remove them from my space and move on. They then add, I should have kicked them a while ago. And I said, I definitely think Elvira should have been given a warning, then a kick for how she spoke to folks, since she did make certain people feel uncomfortable. But I really wasn't aware of Chicharron's behavior. And Korea says, it's true. We've been too nice. Anyway, and I say, yeah, S loca S. Sorry you're dealing with the bull slinky of being copied. That freaking sucks. Art imitates art. It's just when it's by someone that hates you that makes it such a frustrating thing. I actually need to pause here so I can expand on this part a bit. This is not the first time that Korea came to me to tell me that somebody copied their work or copied off of them. This is the third. However, out of all 3 copycat allegations that were made, this was the first one Korea told me about where they didn't give me any proof. And normally they would, even though that they were ranting or something, or like they wanted to vent, they would have screenshots. However, in this case, they didn't. And I don't know if it's because they forgot or they just thought that I would believe them off rip, given the fact that they shared evidence in the last 2 allegations. I'm genuinely not sure. I'm not in their head, so I can't tell you what their thought process was. But I ended up doing a little bit of the legwork and looking at Chicharron's machinimas. I skimmed them. Like I never watched Chicharron's stuff in their entirety. I just ended up skimming the episodes to see what Korea was talking about, because they mentioned the font, the animations, and like nuances. And so I can only assume that the nuances that Korea is talking about is in, because the main character, she has a very domineering mother. Like one of those moms, like, oh, the reason you breathe this air is because I allow it. And she doesn't like who is the male lead. And when I looked at one of the other episodes, it actually was in the first episode, like while I was skimming, because if I remember correctly, had blue hair, baseball cap, and a sleeveless hoodie. So I'm not sure if that is what Korea is talking about, but also in Chicharron's second machinima, their female lead has black hair with white highlights. And I'm assuming that if they're going off of that, then they probably think that that character is based off of Luna, because Luna has black hair and white highlights and has a bit of like a tough personality in a way. But I wouldn't necessarily consider that grounds for calling somebody a copycat. I'm honestly going to consider this one a reach. Back to the messages though, I ended up responding with, yeah, the math don't math with that at all. But yeah, I fully support how you've been navigating things. Hopefully one day you make a group chat or something, cause chilling with you is fun. I tend to have the most fun with Coke, and I can't forget about she's a joy. Korea says, I'm glad you're having a good time. And I write, oh, and Barry. Can't forget Barry. I ended up adding, yeah, and that's thanks to you and your friends making the Discord. I just wish folks appreciated y'all more in the ish that y'all do. Then later that day, because as you can see, I said that at 12:10 a.m. But the next message I ended up sending was at 2:27 p.m. because I just saw it, and then I had a light bulb moment. And I said, the way the light bulb went off in my head upon reading this again. They do have a group chat now. Would you be willing to come back knowing this, or still a huge nah? Korea responds at 2:28 p.m. that same day. I would come back if I knew I wouldn't have to interact with Elvira, or they wouldn't hog up voice chat so no one else wants to post. I said, okay, we're getting somewhere. I'm really trying to drive a hard bargain here because I do be missing you in there. And then Korea says, but the server needs a real sheriff, to be honest. The spoiler chat was never supposed to be for anyone but the mods to post spoilers of their series. Everything is flooded with chatter, and now no one knows where to find anything. I miss having chats with fans of my series. Hit me up the other day, and I felt so bad because she was asking if we would for this episode, and I'm like, nah, I don't. Hold on, let me reread that. Yeah, I don't know how to fill in that particular blank. I guess asked if Korea was going to do another Discord watch in the server, and they said no. But anyway, Korea then adds, they took this thing and made it unfun. I don't know, maybe one day. We'll see how this YouTube premiere goes. And I write, oh, I thought the spoiler section was for anyone's series, but when I think about it, that's what the older chat and self-promo section is for. I do think a massive reconstruction is needed so that things run smoothly. And then in response to the YouTube premiere, I said, it's gonna go great. And then Korea says, yeah, and it ain't finna be me, lol, cause I'm just gonna end up upsetting that little duo. Literally everyone else will follow instructions. It'll just be them with an issue. And then I said, I bet it'll be filled with at least 10 people. It says 100, but my cat just jumped on me and I ended up saying 10 without editing it. So when I hit the edit button, that's why you see 100. But it originally said 10. That's why Korea was like, anyway, I don't care. 10? I said 100. My cat jumped on me. I meant 100. Or even 1,000. And they said, imagine 10. It's okay. I don't really need to be doing all that socializing anyway. I hope that I can just continue to grow. And I wrote, I feel you on that. First 10K, now 20K, hopefully. And I said, hey, nah, your premiere is definitely gonna go great. And I was there at the premiere and it went great. I actually was their first super chat as well. And after their premiere, I went back on Discord and said, and go great it did. I'm so happy for you, dude. And they say, thank you, Albie. You know, something just dawned on me while I was reading these messages aloud. Elvira comes up a lot in these conversations, so I'm fairly certain somebody is curious as to who Elvira is. As you guys know, Elvira was a former member of the Sims Corner. The first time I met her, I remember asking how old she was, and she said that she was 45. And I remember hearing Korea say, you're not 45. Why do you keep on saying you're 45? It turns out that the reason why she kept on saying she was 45 was because it's her favorite number, or at least one of her favorite numbers. She's actually in her early 20s. The reason why Elvira joined the server was because she was a fan of Korea's work. And so when she learned that the Sims Corner was a thing, that's why she ended up joining. And on top of that, she really liked Rome's character. Like, she, if I remember correctly, she had like a profile picture of him. She took like every picture because Rome was like a rarity at that time, especially when he debuted in Doro. Like, he wasn't really in there like that. But nonetheless, she loved him. And she enjoyed being around Korea. Like, as far as I knew, there were no problems between them and they goofed around a lot. However, I want to say, like, the very last day of January, or at the very beginning, like the first few days of February, Elvira and I were in like Overwatch, and I'm not sure how this conversation was brought up. I don't remember how it was brought up. I know we were talking about like K-pop and maybe food and some shit like that, but Elvira ends up telling me that she was feeling a bit uncomfortable in the server. And I said, why? She told me that it was due to Korea's behavior towards her. You know, to be a bit more precise, she felt as though Korea didn't like her because they would flat out ignore her. And if they did acknowledge her presence, they made it sound as if they would rather she not be there. I think at one point Elvira said that she would say something and her response would be met with silence, but when somebody else said the exact same thing or something similar to what was stated, Korea was quick to acknowledge that person instead of Elvira. She also said that she felt as though she was probably overthinking the situation and was debating whether or not she should message Korea privately about her feelings. And I was like, yeah, I think you should do that because life's not a K-drama where the main plot point is miscommunication and lack thereof. You should definitely reach out to Korea and let them know how you're feeling. That way you guys can come to a better understanding and whatever issue you're having won't be an issue anymore. Afterwards, Elvira stated that that's what she was going to do, and as far as I knew, the matter was resolved. 2 weeks later, I'm in the Overwatch watching some GTA skits, and Elvira and another person comes in. I don't remember who the other individual was. I want to say that it was probably Chicharon, Celine, or somebody else, but I would be lying if I say I remember. I do remember it was Elvira and myself. We were watching videos, and we ended up watching like a series of mukbang videos. And one of those, maybe like two of those mukbang videos involved people eating raw crab meat. And Elvira has a habit of calling like the raw crab meat mukbangs like the shits. So anytime she's watching it, she's like, let's just watch one of those shits videos. And I said, okay. So I put it on, and as we were watching it, we saw that Korea and like maybe a few other people were in general chat. And mind you, we had probably at least 2 minutes left in the video, and I recall Elvira like leaving for a split second, going into general chat, and then coming back in. And she said, I think Korea's working on something. Do you just want to stay in here, or do you want to like go into general chat? I'm like, yeah, we only got like 2 minutes left. Like, we could just go in there and hang out with them. So we finished watching the mukbang videos, and then we went from Overwatch to general chat. And I feel as though like we were in general chat for like a little bit, and then we moved to Overwatch. But while we were in general chat, Korea ends up sending me a message from their old account. And they're extremely apologetic, saying like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your poop video. Again, it's not literally a poop video. Elvira calls it the shits because people are eating raw crab meat and it looks disgusting. So when Korea sent me that message, I was pretty confused, and I asked them what they meant. And they said, wasn't I the reason that you left the Overwatch? I said, no. They didn't follow up with, Elvira didn't say anything to you? And I said, no. There were only a few minutes left of the video, so we decided to finish up the video and then join everybody in general chat and hang out with y'all. Okay, but who was the one that made that decision? Me. The decision was mine. I ended up apologizing for causing them to worry, and Korea's like, no, it's all good. It's just that Elvira sent me like a series of messages that made me feel uncomfortable. And so when they said that, it dawned on me that they were referring to the conversation that Elvira and I had 2 weeks prior. And I said, oh.
that's what you meant. Then they were like, what, did Elvira say something to you? And I was like, yeah, she talked about it briefly and mentioned that she's mostly overthinking it. I told her that everything's fine, the server's brand new, everybody's getting to know each other through their own means. I also added that it was good that she decided to address this issue ASAP instead of letting it brew into some imaginary beef, which nobody wanted. Like, again, the server was dead ass brand new. It was only like 2 weeks old, I want to say 2 to 3 weeks old, not even a month old. So I also I said it's probably like the nerves with interacting with everybody, and it's just causing like a misunderstanding. And so Korea's like, well, what did Elvira say? I said, well, I'd be lying if I remember everything that she said verbatim, because we had a verbal conversation. It wasn't typed. I'm like, from what I remember, she said that there were times that she felt left out when you didn't talk to her like the others, and it created like an awkward environment, which led her to believe that you didn't like her. And ultimately, that was the reason why she decided to reach out to you. I genuinely don't remember like what Korea said word for word. Like, I don't remember what they wrote, but they said something along the lines of like, oh, well, it's probably because I'm autistic and my communication skills aren't that perfect. And I think that because of the fact that I am autistic and I talk a certain way or act a certain way, people can mistake that as like as an attitude, but that's not what I'm trying to do or anything like that. Have you noticed me acting weird or treating her different or anything like that? I said, no, I've never noticed it. Had she not said anything, I would have never known she felt that way, because in my eyes, the chat's balanced. People talk a lot, then get hyper-focused, and it gets quiet. Then it picks back up again. And I added that Elvira's got a very booming personality, and I think that's because she's very young. I'm like, but aside from this small thing, she likes being around you and the other people in the server, and she says a lot of great things about you. She never said one negative thing about you, and I can literally count on one hand, like one little pinky. It's not even like it's like the little nail of my pinky, the amount of negative ish that she said about you, and that was it. And in my humble opinion, it was just a misunderstanding. And it was at that point I remember Elvira said something, but she was kind of loud because, again, we were in a voice chat and Korea was messaging me on the side, and so I was just like, see, very booming personality and impatient, but she's very well meaning. And Korea says that like what they're trying to do is make like a very like safe space and want people to get along, and like the goal of the server is to build a community and stuff. And I said, and from what I'm seeing, it's very successful. Like, you're doing a good job. And then I said, I hope I explained and cleared everything up to ease your discomfort. And they said, yeah, you did good. Like, thanks a lot. Like, I'm glad that I was able to have this conversation with you and you were able to ground me, because I thought I was going crazy. Then, I want to say a couple of hours later, everybody moved into Older Watch, I believe. And then I get friended on Korea's new account, and that's how y'all got the messages from February 16th, where they mentioned that they were feeling awkward in the chat.
I wanted to pause here right quick because I did want to add that back in my previous video, I said that I received data from Discord, and it only shows messages that I sent, not what I received, and that's obviously due to security purposes. I ended up putting it through a converter because the data I received was in a JSON file, I think it's what it's called, JSON, and so I put it in the best converter that I could find to make it more readable, because the other ones that I tried were just like really wonky, to say the least, or cut off, and I didn't want that. But the reason I did that and took screenshots is to show y'all that this conversation did indeed happen. I'm not making up a story. I didn't pull this out of my ass. It's not some lucid dream. It did happen. This is something that happened prior to Korea making their new account. But yeah.
Moving on to March, an incident occurred like at the very beginning of the month where Elvira ended up leaving in a huff right after Korea left. According to Elvira, mind you, I learned this months later, Korea said something under their breath directed towards Elvira, because I believe Elvira was trying to talk to somebody else in the chat, couldn't hear what the person was saying, and so they were like, what did you say? And Korea allegedly said something along the lines of, oh, you're just gonna cut off our conversation. Okay, that's fine, you're good. And then they ended up leaving. And so Elvira was pissed and said, like, you know what, they didn't need to act like that. But at the time, from my point of view, all I heard was Korea say, y'all good, y'all have a good night, and leaving, and then Elvira following up with, they didn't need to act like that, and then just dipping. And to sum up that, what Korea said to me in private chat, they ended up saying in public chat, about them being on the spectrum, about them wanting to make a safe space, all that jazz. And I ended up saying the exact same thing that I told them back in February, so I'm not going to repeat it. At one point, a member by the name of AJ, remember that name, suggested that Korea apologized to Elvira, and I ended up saying Korea should not be responsible for the fact that Elvira misperceived a situation and ended up hurting her own feelings. And it bears repeating. This happened in March, and this stuff happened in a matter of seconds. So from my point of view, I saw Korea leave and then Elvira leave in a huff. And just like me, other people were confused and we were trying to get answers. I didn't learn Elvira's side of the story until like June, because it never came back up. After like everything was dead, nobody asked, or as far as I know, nobody asked Elvira anything. Elvira never brought it back up. So I never knew what happened until months down the line. Then I want to say within that same time span, I want to say it was the next day, like the next day or like 2 days later, I'm in voice chat waiting for people to come in like I normally do. Korea comes in and they're like, hey Albie, can I talk to you right quick about something? Sure, what about? It's about Elvira. And so I'm like, oh goodness, here we go again. Just on the inside. And then I say, sure, okay, what about her? So Korea starts asking me questions like, has Elvira ever done anything to you or said anything weird to you to make you feel a certain way or anything like that? And I said, well, she said that my sim was ugly one day, but that ain't really hurt me none. And they were like, okay, they didn't say anything else, or did you hear anything about her or anything? And I say, no, why? Like, what are you getting at? What's going on? Oh, well, I've been receiving complaints about Elvira's behavior and how she's been making people feel uncomfortable. So I was just trying to like get more information and get more facts and stuff, and then figure out what to do from there. Like, I'm not really sure how I want to handle this situation, so... And I said, well, Korea, respectfully, this is your server. Like, you do what you see fit. Like, this is using your friend's server. If you want to give her a warning, give her a warning. But if that's not suffice, then kick her. I'm just a member of the server. I can't do anything. I can't pull her aside and give her an official warning. You or one of your friends are going to have to do that. I can't do anything about that. And they were like, yeah, I know, I just wanted to like vent and then, you know, ask you questions to see if you had a negative experience with her or anything like that. And I was just like, no, don't really got a negative experience with her on my end. I also want to add that while Korea was talking about Elvira, I ended up getting like a little bit curious, because back in February, as I stated before, Korea pulled Chicharon aside and they were in general chat for like 45 minutes. Like, I even want to like stretch it to like maybe an hour. And so after like they finished talking about Elvira, I said, can I ask you something? I'm like a little bit curious about something. And they said, yeah, sure, what's up? I said, what did you and Chicharon like do in general chat? Like, what were y'all talking about? Because y'all was gone for a while. Like, are y'all good? And they said, yeah, everything's fine. We were just talking, like, we had like random conversation, nothing serious, nothing involving this situation at hand. We just had a private conversation. And I said, oh, okay, well, you know, let me mind my business then. Like, that ain't got nothing to do with me. I thought it was something serious. And that's pretty much how that conversation ended. So imagine my surprise come March 26th when Korea tells me that they ended up leaving the Sims corner, and it was not only because of Elvira but Chicharon as well. And when I saw Chicharon's name, I was like, Chicharon? what the fuck did Chicharron do? I thought y'all was good. Like, the way y'all was talking and stuff, it made it sound like you guys were fine. Like, you said that yourself that there was no problems. At least no problems anymore. And the way they interacted with each other, it made it seem as though that they were okay. So I thought everything was good. But apparently, this entire time I was incorrect. And yes, even though the server was only like maybe 2 to 3 months old, a lot happened in the server. So things that I thought that I knew compared to what actually was is still a bit of a mystery to me. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I just decided to say fuck it and talk about Elvira because again, as I was reading the messages, I saw that she did come up quite a few times. And on top of that, I had to go a little bit backwards to move forward to the very last set of messages that had her and Chicharron's name in it, which was April, and it went into May actually. I thought the last few messages were in April, but it was in May, like the very first day of May, I believe. And that was due to the fact that there was another incident that occurred in the Sims Corner. And this particular incident involved a catfish. And I wasn't sure where to begin with this particular section. Actually, I do know where I want to begin. I was talking to Korea when I found out this all happened. Back in April 30th to be exact, I screenshot Korea's story, like a part of Korea's story. And if you guys forgot, the reason why I did that is because of the fact that Korea's Instagram messages, from what they told me, their Instagram messages did not work. So I couldn't directly respond to their stuff on IG and they would see it. Instead, I opted to screenshot a particular story of theirs, send it to them on Discord, and then we would have a discussion there. So I did one of that, and it involved a comment by one of their fans who was a bit feral. And I remember stating, the ferals must be stopped, because the comment was really out of pocket. And while we were laughing at that, I ended up going into the Sims Corner, and I saw that there was an announcement that was written by Pretty Poison, and it's one that I posted early on in this video, along with the fact that I did give y'all multiple assignments, but one of those assignments included remembering AJ's name. And y'all also may have noticed the fact that there's an individual that I mentioned on here whose name I refused to change and also refused to blur out. But anyway, it was due to the announcement that led to me writing to Korea, yikes on bikes. Without a doubt, I know a few of y'all probably already skimmed the message, but instead of summarizing it, I'm just gonna read it aloud because it is relevant. Hello everyone, please read the following carefully. Recently, the founders and I have been made aware of some very serious situations going on within the server. This message is to address what happened and to establish new rules going forward. First and foremost, catfishing is absolutely not allowed. I feel like we shouldn't even have to say this because it's common sense. But you should know not to be posting pictures or sending messages pretending to be someone you're not. Nor should you be sending photos of yourself or minors. Doing any of this will result in an immediate ban. In order to prevent this from happening, please refrain from sending photos of yourself or anyone IRL in any of the chats. If you want to do face reveals with one another, you can do that privately in messages. Photos of pets, food, objects, etc. are still okay. This is to ensure everyone's safety. Secondly, I understand many of the founders and I are not as active within the server as we used to be. However, we are still monitoring what's going on because it's our responsibility and we want to make sure everyone is safe and comfortable. That is what we created this space for, and that is what we want it to continue to be. If there are any questions or if there are any issues or concerns you have, please don't hesitate to message any of the founding members, either privately or within the appropriate channel. Thank you for taking time to read this message, and let's continue to create a fun and safe environment for everyone. After I read that, I kind of wasn't surprised because I knew who the catfish was. It was who the catfish turned out to be that was kind of like, oh, well, this is kind of new. So that's when I responded at 11:40 because that's when I read the message. I read the whole announcement at like 11:40, and then I sent Korea a Yikes on Bikes message, and Korea was a bit confused, rightfully so, because they didn't know why I said that. And they said, huh? Yikes on Bikes? I said the server had a catfish, AJ. Honestly, not surprised. I'm sure there's a lot of people in there with burners. It had to have been the pictures of the supposed child they claimed was hers that did it. I dealt with a catfish way back when. Them folks never stop, so gotta be extra careful around these streets. Happy they done got and kicked. You be careful, alright? Then at 11:55, 15 minutes after I sent the first Yikes on Bike, I wrote, oh, it was Coke who was the catfish. Definitely Yikes on Bikes. And because the messages go into May, I wanted to pause here and expand on the catfishing situation, because I was aware of the fact that AJ was the catfish. I came to that conclusion on my own based off of the fact that a lot of the messages in the older watch were deleted, especially the pictures of the little girl that was going to. And when you looked it up, like, AJ wasn't there. Oh, and on top of that, AJ was in the group chat that Elvira and Chicharron and other people were in, and I was also in that group chat as well. I saw that AJ had left the group chat, which again led me to the conclusion that AJ was the catfish. But not only was AJ the catfish, the person pretending to be AJ was Coke. And so the little gossip that I was doing with Korea, basically saying, oh, shit's popping off in the server because there's a catfish, it went from gossiping to a warning. Because as far as I know, prior to Korea leaving, they were on good terms with Coke. They were pretty good associates at that point. Because when Korea was talking about like the behind the scenes and like their thought process, and they were sharing like a particular scene from season 1 of Doro, and it was when Penelope was losing her virginity, Kokajay said, yeah, I recognize that little detail by her wrist, the cherry pie cum mesh that's from Wicked Whims. I recognize that from anywhere. And from then on, people in the server, myself included, decided to make it a running gag to call Coke cherry pie cum mesh, because it was just so funny that she noticed that. It was weird. It was weird and it was funny at the same time. It's just like, oh, how do you know exactly what it is? I also want to pause here and just note that Kokajay uses she, her, they, them pronouns, so I will be using them a bit interchangeably. And I will be separating the names for the time being, because at the time everyone thought that AJ and Coke were two separate people. Anyway, about a month into like the servers like creation and stuff like that, I believe AJ joined the server or became an active participant in the server in like February. And it was during the time we were talking about like gross recipes. I don't know who started the conversation, but we were looking up pictures of really gross recipes and like nasty food, and AJ came in and posted food of like gross stuff. At one point there was a picture that they put in the spoiler part that had like a horse's head or like several horses' heads being steamed, and I said like, whoa there, you better like dial that back a little bit because that's excessive. AJ was like, yeah, you're right fam, my bad, let me just show good food instead. And that's like how we first interacted with AJ. And then over time AJ started sharing pictures of herself, and the pictures were always like obscured to be at best. Like it never showed her face. So in April, I want to say it had to have been like a day or two prior to the 30th. It was a day or two prior to the 30th. AJ started sharing pictures of her child, and it was like this little girl who had to have been like maybe 2, 3, or 4 years old. AJ claimed that she was 3 or 4. I asked AJ, like, tell us one of the funniest stories of something that your daughter said. And so AJ started writing stories and telling us about like her daughter being snippy. Like, yeah, she's little, but she got a bit of an attitude. And they were funny stories. It's like stuff that children say, and it's hilarious. Like talking about like cookies and talking about her teacher and saying that like her favorite phrase when she probably don't get her way is "that's crazy" or "that's quazy" with like a W. And during that time while AJ was sharing pictures of the child, I noticed that one of the pictures looked a little off. And I said, that kind of looks like AI was used for this kid. Is this like an AI baby? And I don't know if it was that picture, like that particular picture, or another set of pictures, but it was one of those pictures that, or several of those pictures that AJ was sharing that made Chicharron and Elvira kind of go, something ain't right about these pictures pertaining to this child. And so they decided to do a little bit of an investigation, and I think they did like an image reverse search, and they found the pictures of the little girl. So then when they were in the group chat, they decided to discuss the situation and say like, yo, like, this kid don't belong to AJ. This is another family's kid. Like, the pictures of AJ and the pictures of the child are not matching. Like, AJ is a fake. In the group chat, because this is stuff that was told to me, like, I'm basically just sharing stuff secondhand, just letting you guys know. So if you guys are wondering how I know what was being said, Chicharron, Elvira, and several other people told me. So while they were talking about it, Coke was in the chat with them and basically kikiing and ha-haing with them when they were talking about AJ. And then finally, both Chicharron and Elvira said, look, we're going to have to report AJ to the founders because AJ's a fraud. So then all of like the giggling, kikiing, and ha-haing stopped. And Coke said, look, I'm going to confess, I'm AJ. And y'all know, like in Among Us, where you either discover like the alien or a dead body and stuff, like people hit the red button and like everybody assembles. That's how Chicharron and Elvira was. Like, they like hit the red button, people assembled into like the group chat, and they turned to Coke and said, bitch, what the fuck is going on? To wrap up this already long story, once Coke was confronted, they said that the reason they made AJ was for a joke, the sake of a joke and role-playing purposes, and that she was going to get rid of AJ as well as reveal themselves to be AJ April 1st. In case y'all need a little bit of a refresher, all this happened April 30th. And so the group chat literally told Kokajay like that was straight up bullshit and that they had to go. Like, they say, leave the group chat, leave the Sims Corner, delete all your accounts, and leave us all alone. Like, you're done, dude. You're done. So Kokajay packed up her shit and her shame and she left. Yes, the catfish left the server on their own accord. Correction, they were made to leave by members of the server who confronted them. Yeah, the founders didn't do anything. They just wrote the warning. But I didn't know that at the time. I thought it was brought to their attention. They had a conversation with Kokajay. Then Kokajay got kicked from the server, but that's not what happened. That's why y'all see messages between me and Korea where I'm saying, oh, I'm happy AJ got caught, blah, 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 da, 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 da. Like, that's not what happened. That was a mistake on my part, and that was because I just didn't know at the time that happened. So going back to the messages between Korea and myself pertaining to this catfishing situation, Korea responds May 1st, 12:03 a.m. What? How do we know? And I respond about like 25 minutes later, she confessed. And Korea says, well, and I respond with, Chicharron and Elvira said they were going to report AJ for using pics of a little girl to the admins. And Coke said, I'ma confess, I'm AJ. And Korea says, oh, cool. They said it was a joke, that it was going to end April 1st. But it's May now. They got kicked from everywhere while I was at work, so I managed to piece it together and got the rest of the story from the group chat. Wild AF, bro. And as I said before, like when I gave the story about Coke, they were not kicked. So Korea then responds, May 1st, 12:31. I see. Is this a public group chat? I'd rather not know the happenings of that server, honestly. And especially not when Chicharron and Elvira are involved. I find that even reading their names makes me wildly uncomfortable. And I say, oh, I'm terribly sorry for violating your boundaries, truly. And they respond with, no, I'm just communicating them now. I wish I could never hear them again. And I'm able to do that by removing myself from them and removing them from me. And I said, I'll keep that in mind. Let me delete. And so Korea says, no need. I said, well, that portion I meant. I'll keep all of this in mind in the future. And then I put Scout's honor. And Korea responds with, you're okay, Albie. And those are all the messages that Korea and I exchanged between ourselves when it came to Chicharon and Elvira. I do want to add that I find it funny to a degree that Korea had no problem reaching out to me to shit talk Elvira and Chicharon and Chicharon's machinimas to the point they heavily implied they were talking about her and her lack in originality on their Instagram stories when they were recommending Mooney, Stellar, and Pretty Poison's machinimas. But when I brought up the fact that Chicharon and Elvira did something good, especially for the Sims corner, and exposed that Kokajay was a catfish to the point this bitch is still swimming upstream trying to find friends and their redemption arc, they immediately disengaged from the conversation and was like, well, I don't really care about that server and I'm not comfortable with hearing their names. Y'all even saw me apologize for violating that particular boundary when I didn't even know mentioning Chicharon and Elvira's names would somewhat trigger Korea to a degree because they never mentioned anything about that being a particular boundary. Not once. All they said was that, oh, well, I guess I got tired of feeling uncomfortable in the server and they were mad disrespectful to me, blah, 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 blah. Like, they would talk about them freely. So when Korea says out of bumfuck nowhere in June that I made them feel uncomfortable and unsafe, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they never told me anything. Never, not once. Did they ever say anything about like, hey, you did something and it made me feel a little bit uncomfortable? Just like they pulled Chicharon aside and talked to them for like 45 minutes, or they ended up talking to Elvira for like 10 to 15 minutes, or even when they had the chance to talk to me when I was in voice chat by myself, when it was just the two of us, they never said anything to me about my actions and what I did to them. You mean to tell me that you can come to me to talk about every other person that you have a problem with, from Minxie Toast Sims, whatever the hell their name is, who copied Talka's design not once but twice, to a simmer by the name of Dominique, yes, I changed her name, who's copied Jin's design. That's why when y'all see For the Love of the King, Jin is heavily edited. He don't even look like the same nigga because his original design was copied by Dominique. Korea even told me at one point that in order to avoid being copied by Minxie Sims, they used an AI voice acting program for their Mr. Yokai short. And you could tell that it was AI because when you look at the description box, there is no credit on who voiced who. Now, I don't know if it's there now, but originally there was no credit whatsoever. And the way the voice acting was done in the machinima, you could tell off the bat that it was AI. I figured that out in a heartbeat, and they said, oh, do you want to hear a secret, Albie? And I said, does that secret involve an AI? And I was one of the few people that they told that information to because they didn't want Minxie to copy them, or Toast, whatever the fuck their name is. Like, you can talk about those two creators, and then to add on to that, you talk about Chateau Noir and how you don't like the fact that she stole people's aesthetics and camera angles and blah 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 blah, all that jazz. You can also talk about Melchiora and how Mooney wrote a 120 some page document, and when it got taken down, she re-uploaded it. You even talk about Deja Sims, how you have issues with Deja Sims because she's a black simmer who said, well, I'm black and I'm not offended by the fact that Melchiora and Teddy and whoever else that was in that server, the cast of their machinimas is predominantly white, or some shit like that. Like, you can talk about all these people, but when it came to me, you couldn't tell me about issues that you had with me. Wanna know why? Because I never did anything to them. Never. So the next upcoming section is a reading assignment because it does contain a lot of screenshots pertaining to the rant I just had. I considered reading them aloud. Well, hold on, let me back up a little bit. I did read it out loud at first, but I ended up losing the audio file and I considered rereading them again. But then I realized that this video, which is already long, would have been made even longer had I read it aloud. So I decided to just leave it alone and put it out the way that it is and have y'all read them aloud yourselves. With the exception of Melchiora,
There are no written messages about certain individuals like Deja, Teddy, and another creator who I realize I failed to mention throughout this video. But yeah, when it comes to these particular individuals that I listed, nothing was ever written to me about them. It was all said in the Sims Corner and voice chat, so there's nothing concrete that I have pertaining to what was said and alleged about these individuals. It just doesn't exist, and I would be 100% lying to y'all if I remember everything that was said. Anyways, I do hope you guys enjoy this little section, and also don't forget to pause to read. And before I forget, to the certain demographic out there who might be watching this, if y'all want to call me a bully or something for gossiping and shit talking with your beloved Saint Korea about other creators, don't forget to hold them to the same standards, okay? I know it might be a little bit hard because you probably rock with them heavy like that, but I totally believe you can do it. Anyways, to the screenshots.
Okay, so there's this creator named Pixely Simmer, and if you've ever looked at their content, you can see that they have a very distinct style. And I used to have this friend who I don't really talk to much anymore, named Chateau Noir Sims, and she brought this Pixely person up, like, to my attention. This Pixely person used to create content years ago, but stopped for 3 years. The Chateau Noir person explained to me that the reason why Pixely stopped creating was because they had commissioned animations from an animator and had those animations resold and bought by one of their friends. So they're used to people ripping off their style all the time. And it hurt them so much that they stopped creating. But they recently came back. And this Chateau Noir person is the one who told me this whole story about this Pixely person. And she was like, this is my idol. I love their content. I love their work. Of course, I didn't think anything of it. I was like, okay, cool. And then like a week later, Chateau Noir messages me saying that their favorite creator, their idol, has kind of like cut them off and deleted all of their comments from their YouTube channel. And of course, I felt really upset because this Chateau Noir person was my friend. So why would somebody do that to you? I go and look at the content and I realized that Chateau Noir had almost completely ripped off Pixely Simmer's aesthetic, like down to the titles, the whole aesthetic. And she has a really distinctive style, so it's not like you guys just so happen to have the same aesthetic. It's a direct ripoff.
And that's where the messages end pertaining to my rant. But that's not where this section ends. Yes, I decided to keep the message train going and show even more evidence of how Korea never wanted to be associated with me in the first place. According to Mooney, of course. These are in no particular order though, so you'll have to read the dates, but I did my best to categorize them because it is a lot and I didn't want to bounce all over the place, to avoid confusion. Again, this video is already as long as it is. The last thing I want to do is have you guys confused. So if you remember in my previous video, or not, I don't blame you, it was a rant. I mentioned that Korea deciding to do Patreon and make and post spicier content was in part due to me. Here are screenshots of me talking about Patreon. I also recommended Pillow Fort to them as well since it allowed adult content, even went as far as giving Korea an invite link so they could avoid the waiting list. The next set of screenshots I'm going to share are where Korea and I talked about iMachinima TV. Some of these were seen in my previous video, and as I've stated before, it's what jump-started Korea and I's relationship and how we ended up talking on a consistent basis. And as you can see, Korea submitted their work to the website. I'm gonna call this section the For the Love of the King section because a lot of the upcoming screenshots are about this particular series. First set of screenshots is when I saw Akira's face for the first time. If I remember correctly, Korea only showed half of his face on their IG story at the time. And so when I went and asked them about Akira, they gave me a full set of pictures. And according to Korea, I was the first person to ever see his face. During one of our conversations, Korea said that they were concerned about the fact that Akira might be compared to Taka because both of them, I want to say, have like the same personality in terms of the fact that they can dominate somebody but also want to be dominated at the same time. And in my humble opinion, I didn't think that was the case. And that was based off of the clip, like the little teaser clip that Korea showed on their YouTube channel long before like both of the episodes of For the Love of the King came out. And it was a room tour. I say a room tour, but it was a tour of Akira's room, and he was kind of introduced at that time. He was sitting like in some type of swing chair of some sort. I can't remember for the life of me what it's called, but he stood up and it was saying like Akira, 20 something years old, Prince. And when you saw him, he looked stressed about something or annoyed. Don't know what it could have been. I will never know. I do not care to know. But I came to the conclusion that whatever had him feeling that way is what led to him going to the club with his friends, who happened to be his bodyguard and advisor. And so I ended up telling Korea what I thought about Akira, like my thoughts about him and how I personally did not think he would be compared to Taka, which can be read right here. Moving on from Akira, we also talked about Jin, not because of the fact that Dominique copied his design, but other stuff like his upbringing and the fact that the girl that he slept with is not only a spy for a different faction, but she's gonna be his love interest. So it's like this forbidden love, enemies to lover trope, or lovers to enemies, back to lovers, or whatever the fuck it is. It's that kind of trope. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like people do like that type of shit. Shoot it in their vein.
Speaking of love interests, I want to move on and talk about Rain, Luna, and Sissy. This might be a lot, but it's not at the same time. You just gotta follow along. Hear me out here. And I hope I do not confuse y'all whatsoever. Prior to For the Love of the King, Korea had 2 series that they were working on. One of those series involved the Fator siblings. Luna and Rain were originally a part of that series. And in that series, Korea showed me pictures of Lilith's girlfriend that they made for her. However, the girlfriend didn't have a name and they were looking for like gender neutral names. And so I ended up suggesting a few. One of those names being Rain, and I spelled it Rayne. Korea said, actually, I already have a character with that name, but it's spelled Reign. And they ended up showing me a picture of them. And in that series, Rain went by she, her. And For the Love of the King, Rain's pronouns are he, him. And if you were a little bit curious as to what Rain and Luna looked like before they were put in For the Love of the King, all you gotta do is look at For the Love of the King. That's what they looked like in the previous series. They just got recycled. Also, if you recall, Luna was on the phone talking to somebody by the name of Sissy. Well, she wasn't really talking to Sissy. She was leaving like voice memos of some sort. Sissy originally came from another series that Korea was working on, and that was the one that Zazel and Lars were originally a part of. Sissy's original name was Calliope, and she was Zazel's lover. Like I said, probably at the very beginning of this video, Zazel was a love interest and Lars was just the friend. It was supposed to be like this love triangle and some shit like that. But Korea ended up scrapping that series itself, and similar to Rain and Luna, they ended up recycling Calliope and putting her in For the Love of the King. Instead of going by Calliope, she goes by Sissy, and Sissy is Luna's little sister. And not only is she Luna's little sister, she is Rain's love interest. These are just extras that I found where Korea talked about Jin and his relationship with his friends and the dynamic that they have. And in addition to talking about For the Love of the King, we talked about Konohana as well. We had multiple conversations about Konohana, especially when it came to the characters like Luca, Mari, and their relationship, Kana, Taka, their relationship, Nico, her relationship with Taka, the settings, the music, the atmosphere, and the times where Korea expressed that they were struggling to finish the show, which I do not blame them for. Like, you have multiple projects under your belt, you are a one-man army, a one-man production crew like every other machinima creator out here, you're bound to get burned out. And it became a little bit evident that Korea just was not enjoying making Konohana anymore, because they kept on talking about whether or not they wanted to continue the series and how they felt like they had to force themselves to work on it and push out episodes, which is not good for your health. Not only are you going to burn out and not complete Konohana, all the other projects that you're working on ain't going to be completed either. And so I do remember saying, like, I'm fairly certain I said this in voice chat, that if you love something, you should just let it go. Like, put it on an indefinite hiatus or just completely discontinue it. People will understand that some things just come to an end. Konohana eventually being one of them. And I do remember at one point Korea did end up writing like a post on their community feed. Now I don't know if that was in April or May. It was definitely before the whole shit show happened, but they wrote that they were going to discontinue it, which was probably a little hard for them to do because it was one of their projects that they held near and dear to them, but whatever. This is another little extra because I found screenshots for it. In case you missed it and skipped over a couple of sections, I said that Korea recycles their characters and put them in certain stuff. Lars was originally in one series, he got put into Doro. Calliope was recycled and put into For the Love of the King, now she's Sissy. Luna, Rain, also got recycled and put into the For the Love of the King. Even Zazel is now going to be in For the Love of the King. Instead of being a demon king, he is a rival of Akira's. I believe that Penelope is also recycled because Korea sent me a set of pictures of this deity who's a black male sim who wears gold, and his love interest appeared to be a schoolgirl of some sort. She had like the same build and the same complexion as Penelope as well. So when I saw her in Doro, I was like, oh, she's adorable. She looks like that sim that was the love interest of that deity that you sent me some time ago. And Korea said, I think that's the same character too. So Penelope may or may not be recycled. I realized that I have another section that is going to be a little bit long, probably the same length as For the Love of the King, because it were the times where I encouraged and reassured Korea that they were doing the damn thing, and it varied from them considering to make spicier content to them wanting to take a break or feeling unmotivated, feeling anxiety, feeling that they'll be overhyped or forgotten, so on and so forth. while I really don't need to state the obvious, I'ma just do it anyway. There's no denying the fact that Korea's friends were there to encourage them and give them a pick-me-up whenever they were feeling this type of way. But so was I. They came to me. The individual that Mooney said with her whole entire chest Korea never wanted to be associated with in the first place. Not only did they come to me when it came to situations like that, they'd ask for advice and tips. Now, one of those was completely voluntary because we were talking and they ended up showing pictures of Jin in a CC that a particular creator made. And I was like, oh, I have that same exact CC as well. I put it on my character Vincent. And one of my favorite shirts by this creator is the one that says, I'd rather be eating ass, blah, 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 blah. And I ended up sharing pictures of Vincent in those particular shirts. And Korea liked the way that Vincent looked and said, oh my goodness, his arms, like how did you get it like those? Jin's a bodyguard, but he got baby girl arms. A couple days later, I ended up sharing like a link to my Google Drive to Korea, and it ended up being like a small tutorial that I made of how I made Vincent's build the way that it is. And I provided like the sliders that I used as well. And I did it because I was restless and I had nothing else to do that day. So I gave it to them and they were highly appreciative of it. And I said, hopefully it comes in handy for you in the future. They even asked me advice on how to make older male Sims. And I said, older male Sims like Boss? And they were like, exactly like Boss. And funny enough, Boss was a complete fluke. I saw a skin that was recently dropped by a creator that I wanted to try out. I downloaded it, put it in my game, made a random sim, and added the skin, and that's how Boss was made. And he was made within like less than 2 minutes. And so I relied off of memory on what I did to make Boss the way that he was. And I think I said, probably not in this particular order, I said something about like fat, sliders, muscles, facial hair, body hair, wrinkles, scars that have aged over time. And Korea was grateful for that. Now, whether or not they actually put these tips to use, I do not know. I do not care. There was even a time when Korea asked me about like my experience and what I learned on Blender, and unfortunately I never got back to them with that. There's even a draft of a video somewhere in one of my folders of like the little mini tutorial that I was going to give for that, but yeah, again, I just never got back to them with that. In addition to this, Korea and I share content of our characters ranging from regular pictures to explicit, and not only did they share explicit content of their Sims, they shared explicit content of their friends' Sims as well. And y'all remember when Mooney said this part here? Yeah, this is her character Seth having sex with Taka. Seth is in high school, and according to Korea, Taka is 23 to 24 years old.
Up in a nasty girl, nasty. Up in a nasty girl, nasty. Up in a nasty girl, nasty. Up in a nasty, nasty, nasty. Is somebody gonna match my freak? Is somebody gonna match my freak?
I debated whether or not I wanted to share these next set of messages. It's not that big of a deal. I just made a mistake. I say I made a mistake. I forgot information pertaining to Adon. And I figured since I'm already seen by certain people as some 40-year-old gooner who slid into chat one day to stream taboo content, what's another allegation to the mix? And should somebody decide to make a response post of some sort or have their friend do it for them, there's no need to show Mooney these so that she can put them out of context. I'm putting the full thing here. Do what you will with the information provided. So back in October of last year, October 11th, Korea and I were talking about Doro. I learned that Adon and Kala were emancipated, and Kala was 18, Adon was 17, taking care of his baby sister. I learned that Lars was 19 back in September on Discord and that he started school late. November 22nd, Korea shares on their Instagram story a picture of Adon facing the gym, and I believe he was looking at Lars and greeting him. I guess they were showing like little details on his back, but I digress. I saw this story and I ended up replying to it, and I wrote, I don't need to boo somewhere to just drain him, fold him like a chair, and twist him like a pretzel. Something like that. And yes, it was out of pocket. I said it as a joke. I said that a guillotine couldn't stop the head I'd give Rome in December. But when it came to Rome, I did an age check on him. November, I forgot to do an age check, and I completely forgot that Adon was 17. You know who didn't forget? If you guessed Korea, give yourself a pat on the back because you'd be correct. And instead of reminding me of the fact that Adon was a minor, Korea told me that they and their friends were talking about his kinks and stuff, saying that he was like a bottom. And I'm like, I thought he was a switch. And then we ended up talking about like kinks and stuff from there. The messages are right here. I can't remember everything word for word, but here they are. And I know somebody's saying somewhere over the rainbow where skies are blue or a different hue. How can you forget? This was said over a month ago. Let me show y'all the messages between Korea and myself that we exchanged from October 11th to November 22nd. So if you're telling me that you remember every single conversation that you be having in between that time, you either have a very good memory or you're a liar. And I'm going with the latter. And I know somebody's out there like probably complaining and saying like, oh my goodness, why would you share these messages? Why is this relevant? You're just making yourself look worse. Like you're even more of a gooner and a creep than we thought and blah, 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 blah. Let me tell y'all something right quick. I couldn't give two shits about the stuff that's said about me on the internet. If it's not affecting me in real life, then I don't care.
That being said, I'm not going to sit idly by and allow people to blatantly lie on my name and then try to shame me into silence when I decide to tell my side of the story. Because it bothers y'all that people have had negative experiences with Korea and y'all. It bothers y'all that y'all are being compared to the creators that y'all had issues with, and it's being alleged that the stuff that they have done, y'all are doing the same thing, and y'all don't like that comparison whatsoever because y'all want to be seen as a safe space. Y'all want to be seen as a part of the community that's not toxic, that's not cult-like, that's always positive and not filled with drama. But y'all don't even take the proper steps to make sure you're actively making a safe space. Y'all were uncomfortable running your own server. And then when y'all actually found the balls to do anything, it was after people already left the server. Now you want to ban them. Or when somebody said that they had a negative experience with either y'all or Korea, now all of a sudden the fight and vigor y'all never fucking had comes back full swing. And y'all want to dismiss what people have been saying, and y'all want to say, oh, it's old stuff. It's old stuff. Like, we moved on. Why can't you move on? Y'all can't victimize people and then tell them to get over it because the matter's old. To you, it's old. It's easy for you to get over because y'all thought that y'all could tell lies on niggas and not expect any pushback and keep it moving. Just because y'all treat the hurt and bullshit that y'all have caused and done to people as a trend does not mean other folks are gonna do the same thing. And that's why y'all bitches are mad that I'm still talking about this. Because y'all wanna move on. Because y'all wanna be seen as something that y'all are not. And I refuse to be silenced. So all those little insults, all that diminishing, trying to make it seem as though I'm obsessed, all these false allegations that are made against me, yeah, that probably would have worked on me 10 years ago, but not today. I don't give a damn. I have my proof. Y'all don't. And since I'm technically back to speaking about Mooney, can I mention how one of the very first sentences in her long ass letter that she wrote to me on my video is actually one of my favorites, because she states she's only going to address the stuff that actually matter, because most of what's said in my videos are a whole lot of nothing, and the stuff that she chose to talk about were sections in my videos that don't have concrete evidence, such as Issa's age inconsistency and me streaming hungry stuff in Overwatch, because it's very easy to argue and claim that somebody's wasting their summer making 40-minute long videos with barely any context and stupid millennial memes when you only talk about situations that have no definitive proof. Mooney is the perfect example as to why I save and screenshot conversations. It's mainly for archiving purposes, but it's for situations like this. She says that my story's changed several times, however fails to acknowledge the inconsistencies in what she's written. But she's allowed to do that because people are either close friends of hers or fans of Korea's, and they don't want to hear anything negative pertaining to these individuals. They're not even willing to look at the screenshots from the very first video that shows that Mooney is a liar and that she did a complete 180 after I told her that Korea was the one who booted me from the server. Y'all not willing to look at that because, again, y'all don't want to hear anything negative. Y'all just want to write people off as dejected losers. Before I go off on another rant, which I literally caught myself doing just in like that span of like a minute, I'm going to address the hungry situation one more time, but I'm going to give like a quick summary of it because I talked about this situation in depth in my very first video, and Mooney can't say that she didn't watch it because she mentioned Summer Heat. So if she wants to backtrack the next time she finds her way onto my platform, she can do that, but I just want to let her know that I know that she watched the first video. Anyway, Mooney writes that she finds it concerning the amount of time I spent trying to defend myself and that I changed my story multiple times to make myself look less bad. Had I really wanted to do that, I would have never mentioned streaming parts of Summer Heat, watching Love Me More, and Oh My Delinquent, all of which were streamed and watched within the span of 2 hours. And once again, since Mooney's all about common sense dictates that just because you didn't see something doesn't mean it didn't happen. I know we didn't watch Summer Heat. You weren't there. As I said before in my first video, I shared parts of it because Celine and Emma and I were in chat talking. Emma was interested in making machinimas, and she was interested in Blender and in-game. And I told her that Hungry is one of the few creators I know who went from making in-game machinimas to Blender only, but he also combined it at one point. So I turned on Summer Heat and I showed parts of it where I said, this is in-game, this is in-game, this is in Blender, this is in Blender, and this is in-game. And then after showing that, Celine was interested in watching more of Hungry's stuff, so I went with what I thought was one of his tamer works, which was Love Me More. You came in the middle of Love Me More. It was during the basketball shower scene where David and Kenny were playing basketball. It started to rain and they ran to the lockers and they ended up going into the shower. During the shower scene, Kenny ended up pleasuring himself to his teacher. I paused the film in between those times and I asked if you ever heard of Hungry. You said no, and just like I did maybe several other times before you came in, I explained who he was, the content he made, and that what we were watching contained a hefty age gap. Kenny was 18 and his love interest David was 36. And you said, oh, that's not good. And I agreed with you because it didn't matter if David was 36 or what I initially thought his age was, which I thought he was 30. A hefty age gap is a hefty age gap. However, when I asked if it was okay to continue watching it, she said yes. Had she said no, I would have turned the video off and put something else on. It's not that big of a deal. It's your server. You run it how you see fit. And if you weren't comfortable with it being brought to your attention that there was such a large age gap between the characters and the fact that I was telling and warning people about Hungry's content, she could have easily said, yeah, if you could just turn this off and watch something else, that'd be great. But she didn't. Instead, she gave me permission to continue streaming it and even let me write a disclaimer. She helped me write it to a degree to let people know that the content that I was streaming had explicit scenes in it. She then went mute and sat in the server for like 5 minutes. And I don't know what she was doing in between that time. She could have been talking to her friends. She could have been CC shopping. She could have been editing her machinima. I don't fucking know. And I don't care. But she was mute for 5 minutes. She then turned her mic back on and said that she was going to head out. We told her good night and we kept it pushing. May 2nd rolls around and while I'm in older watch with like the same 5 to 6 other people, Mooney comes in with 2 of her other friends, and I've said that I don't remember who they were, but I'm fairly certain that it was Morph and Barry because I think it was one of the very first times in a long time that I actually said hello to Morph and she turned on her mic and said hello and then she went back mute. Mooney says, by any chance did you read the messages that I sent you? And I said, no, what messages are you referring to? And she says, you probably didn't see them because you didn't accept my friend's request. You can keep it private if you want. We can just keep it between ourselves. And I said, child, I'm grown. I fucked up. I made a mistake. And she laughs and was like, oh, at least you're self-aware, because I guess it took her by surprise that at my big ass age, I can acknowledge the fact that I made a mistake. I should have pre-screened Love Me More before streaming it because it had been a very long time since I last watched it. It's been years, almost 4 years. And the sexual content wasn't even sexual content. It was straight up porn. So yeah, I fucked up. I made a mistake. I should have pre-screened it. But Mooney says, no, it's not your fault. Don't feel at fault. There weren't explicit rules in 18 plus channel about what could and couldn't be streamed. So it's not your fault. Like, you couldn't have known. We just would suggest that when it comes to content like that, y'all would stream it in a private group chat of some sort. That way the lines aren't blurred and we can keep it a safe space. And I'm like, okay, cool. I got it. So what are we allowed to stream? Is it okay to stream Joe Winko in here? And mind you, if you guys don't know who Joe Winko is, Joe Winko is a Sims 2 creator who makes gory horror films. Mooney says Joe Winko is fine, and I'm fairly certain it was Barry who said, oh, I love Joe Winko. And we ended up having a conversation from there about voiceover series and how we were in voiceover films ourselves, Mooney and myself. Mooney was in The Reaper. I was a side character in a film called, what the fuck is that film called? Downfall. I was in the sequel of Downfall. I played the character Claire. And we ended up having like a pretty good conversation. And after that, Mooney left with her friends. And that was it. I want to say, like, during that time that we were talking, I accepted her friend request, I read the message, and I hearted it, because not only did we have the conversation in voice chat, I wanted to let her know that I read it as well. That's why you see the little pig avatar of some sort waving, because it's showing that I'm acknowledging the fact that I have read it and I have accepted her friend request. And I'm going to read it to you guys again. April 30th, 2024 at 7:03 p.m. Mooney writes, "Hi Albie, is there a chance that we can discuss something important?" At 7:22 p.m., "This is not your fault since it wasn't explicitly stated in the rules, so please don't feel at fault. But the other mods and I have discussed stricter rules when it comes to what is streamed on the Older Watch Party. 18 plus content is allowed in that voice channel, but we just ask that we don't show or discuss triggering content that includes things such as incest, age gaps, etc. This is so that we can just keep a comfortable and safe environment for everyone. I hope this makes sense. I'm not at all judging you for your consumption of that content. I would just like for everyone to feel safe and comfortable. This is a safe space for 18 plus content, of course. We just don't want to blur the lines too much." Not only did you write that it wasn't my fault, you said it out of your own mouth. So all that bull swinking nonsense about how you and the other mods were uncomfortable with how to navigate y'all's server whenever I was in it because you didn't know and you never knew what I'd be streaming and talking about when you can literally see the fucking thumbnail is completely irrelevant, because you told me verbally and through messages that it wasn't my fault. That's why y'all see her backtracking and use that cop-out argument of, well, it's common sense not to stream taboo stuff in a public server. Want to know what else is common sense? Knowing that your server and the millions of other servers on Discord are not run the same. For one, they actually know how to run their own spaces, something you and 10 of the other friends don't know how to do. They also know how to write explicit rules on what is and is not allowed in their servers. Just like you can write stuff like no racism, ableism, homophobia, etc. in your rules, you can easily write when it comes to 18 plus content, please do not stream stuff such as rape, incest, age gaps, etc. It's not that hard. You just type it. Moving on to June, when I found out that I was booted from the Sims Corner and also saw that Korea wasn't on my friends list anymore, and then we ended up having that whole confrontation where Korea tried to gaslight me, which I will get back to because right now I'm talking about the hungry situation. I ended up deleting the request messages that I sent to both Stellar and Mooney about getting a re-invite in the Sims Corner. I followed up with Mooney because she was the first person that I sent that request to, and I wrote on June 21st at 2:02 p.m. "Hi Mooney, in case you saw it but couldn't respond since I deleted it, I just wanted to inform you that I'm fine with not receiving an invite back to the Sims Corner. If it's possible to inform Stellar as well, I sent an IG message to him but deleted that as well, so I don't know if she's seen it or not. That would be great too. Thanks a bunch." June 22nd at 6:49 p.m. Mooney responds with, "Oh, sure, sad to see you go. Sorry for the late reply, I had the flu this week." I respond at 7:24 p.m. "Oh no, I hope you're feeling much better now. The flu sucks. It's a bit unfortunate to leave under these circumstances since I learned that Korea booted me from the server. I initially thought it was an error on Discord's part, so I figured it was best that we kept our distance. And you're absolutely fine. Ish happens. I hope you're fine and healing up well now." 30 minutes later that same fucking night, Mooney writes, "From my understanding, you made Korea very uncomfortable and people are allowed to set boundaries. Korea told you that, and instead of being understanding, you said, 'I hope you have the day you think you deserve,' which is rather malicious. I also gave you a warning about the incest Sims porn you were streaming on our server, and while that is not the reason you were banned, it did make me and many others very uncomfortable, not to mention the stories you made about your Sims that glorified SA as means of revenge.
I don't have an issue with you per se, but I do have an issue with you hounding my friend for setting a very healthy boundary for their own well-being. Korea is a person too, not a creator for you to put on a pedestal when you feel like it benefits you. Have a nice life, Albie, and please be aware of the things that you say and share in public service. Thank you. And then she blocked me. Again, like I said before in my first video, none of this is edited.
June 23rd, Mooney writes on her Instagram story, "How are we spreading lies, Albie? You went onto our server to stream a taboo 18 plus content creator who makes graphic content about age gaps, incest, etc. I gave you a warning about this, so to say you weren't ever given a warning is false. You know what you were doing. And since then, none of our mods ever felt comfortable having you on our server, voice chat, blah 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 blah." August 11th, she writes in her big ass letter, 18 plus channel or not, why did you think it was ever okay to show explicit scenes between a minor and a legal adult? I explicitly remember you saying that this was about a teacher-student relationship with a 17-year-old minor and someone in their 30s. Absolutely disgusting. So who's really changing her story here? Who's really trying to make something less bad? Who's really trying to make something far more worse than it actually is? Not me. Not I. Which is it? Did I stream incestuous Sims porn, or did I stream scenes between a legal adult in their 30s and a 17-year-old minor? You can't say both. You can't treat these allegations that you made at some Lego Polly Pocket Barbie Hobble playset where each set and lie is sold separately, especially when you write this shit with conviction.
Not to mention the fact that Mooney made it sound like the very first time I ever interacted and engaged with the server was when I streamed Hungry's work. Apparently I wasn't there in January when she, Stellar, and maybe a few other people were working on the machinimas and gameplays, and one of their games crashed while they were working on one of their sets, which was, I think it was like a designer studio of some sort. And I asked, please tell me that you saved, and I don't remember if they said yes or no, but I know that the game crashed and the set was gone. I wasn't there when one of the founders was having trouble looking for long hair for their mail send, and after asking and getting a bit more information, I even shared pictures of my version of Morgan who had long hair, and they said that it was a bit too long for them. But after I asked that, I recommended Antos Valeriano CC and showed the picture, and they said, yeah, that's perfect. I'm actually surprised that you knew the name considering the fact that Antos made many hairs throughout the years. I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there when y'all was discussing like important world issues and the topic of genocide came up and y'all was having difficulties trying to explain it, so I turned my mic down and I broke it down in the best way possible. And when I asked if it made sense, y'all said that it was better than the way y'all could have done it in that moment. That didn't happen. I wasn't there when Barry was CC shopping one day and expressed her frustration that some of the CCs, well maybe a lot of the CCs that she wanted, was paywall. So I told her about Dollhouse Mafia, and I bet this bitch is still using it to this day. I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there when y'all was playing video games like Genshin Impact, Hunk of Star Wars, or maybe even Wuthering Waves. Maybe Wuthering Waves didn't even come out. I don't even remember what the fuck that title is. It doesn't matter. And I said I don't play gacha games because I don't want to get got. And Barry talked about how she's put hundreds of dollars into Genshin Impact, and how one day while we was in voice chat, I didn't know how to pronounce Genshin Impact characters' names, so Barry and I looked it up and we learned how to pronounce Riesli, Alejino, Kave, Alhaitham, and maybe a few other names. I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there when y'all binge watched Percy Jackson to the recent episode and y'all said y'all would watch it with Korea for another time, because if you watched it at that point in time, they would be confused and ask 1,000,001 questions. And on top of that, I wasn't there when y'all showed fan edits that Mooney made of Percy Jackson. I wasn't there. I wasn't there when I was playing horror and fashion games on Roblox, playing Dead by Daylight, a game that was Dark Souls or something like that. I don't know. Was it Dark Souls? I don't fucking remember. Maybe it was a game that was like Dark Souls. Could have been Elden Ring for all I know. Or Skyrim. I don't freaking know. I wasn't there for that though. I wasn't there when y'all bitched about Melkira, Teddy, and Deja for the first time of many times. And Mooney stated that she wrote about Melkira in a document and it was over 100 and some pages long, and then she talked about the document in response to hers. I wasn't there for that. I wasn't the one that said, oh yeah, I read that, and I read the other one as well. I thought the receipts were weak, which they were, but I wasn't there for any of that. I wasn't there when Korea came back to the server and was acting mad fucking weird, and it was filled with just non-stop sexual innuendos, a horny fest. It would put orgies to shame. The way that y'all was fucking talking in there, I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there when Mooney was celebrating her birthday and Korea was watching the Duff. And then when they said that Mooney was coming into the chat for a little bit to say happy birthday to her, and not only did I type happy birthday, when I was leaving I said good night, and Mooney responded with good night Albie. I said remember to drink water, because both she and Korea were drinking that night. And then when Korea was like, who's leaving, Mooney says it's Albie that's leaving. Korea responds with, oh, I wasn't there for that. I wasn't there for none of that. Apparently I wasn't, because according to Mooney's Instagram story and the way she's making it out to be, the first time I ever interacted with the Sims Corner and decided to make my grand debut was by streaming a taboo content creator in action that she said wasn't the reason I was banned for. So what was I booted from the server and banned for then? Since you know everything, tell me what was the reason?
What was the reason? What was the reason? What was the reason? What was the reason? Bitch, what was the reason?
Because it wasn't that or any of the other problems that you claim to have had with me. Like, get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit. Y'all are jokes. Y'all straight jokes. Liars and jokes.
6.5 hours later.
I thought about deleting that last part, but no, I changed my mind. I wanted y'all to hear that frustration coming from me, because it's just absolutely ridiculous. Like, I even forgot to mention the times that I was in voice chat where Barry, Elvira, and Emma would be watching baddies, and Barry's like, I'm almost done work, you better not watch the new episode without me, and vice versa. And there was times where I would stream myself doing like makeovers of my Sims or giving them like touch-ups, and there was a time where Korea was like, oh, I like how you do a combination of alpha and maxes, because I have difficulties doing that. And I believe I was working on one of my side characters from like a short story of mine that I wrote years ago. In addition to that, there was a time when there was an announcement that was made in another server by the name of Sims After Dark, and they made an announcement that there were files that were being shared to the Sims resource that would fuck up your game, so you should not download any of these. And if you do have the old versions, it was best that you removed it. I asked permission if I could share it first, and then when I got permission, I copy pasted it. When I was in voice chat that same day, Korea came in and said, hey, how'd you know all about that? I said I learned it from Dollhouse Mafia, and then I went to Sims After Dark and they had the whole list of the mods that were corrupted, and they said thank you for that. I forgot to mention how there was a time in Overwatch where I posted risque pictures of anime male characters. I don't think it was Nanami, but I believe I posted Gojo, Geto, Chozo, and maybe Toji? I don't remember. Oh, I made a mistake. I did share a picture of Nanami, but it was a black version of Nanami, and I believe it was drawn in either Blacktober or Huevember. And that's an event where everybody does fan art of characters and hit them with the Neurification beam, or a POC beam basically, because Huevember is dedicated to Black Indigenous people of color and making fan art or sharing their own characters. Blacktober, it's literally in its name. And I shared pictures of Nanami, Geto, Gojo, and Chozo. And not only did I share those pictures, I learned that Stellar liked Kaveh. So I ended up looking up risque pictures of Kaveh, some risque pictures of Kaveh. There wasn't really a lot that I could find on Pinterest, but I ended up finding those, and I posted them, I believe, in the Overwatch, and Stellar liked those pictures. She also liked the previous pictures that I posted as well. I remember there was a time when we were talking about like the latest episode of Doro, and I ended up saying that Aron beat the Disney rights out of Mickey, and people were howling with laughter that they said, oh no, we gotta highlight this because this is top tier comedy. Of course, there were other people that topped that comment, and people were saying like a lot of out-of-pocket stuff, but not as out-of-pocket compared to what it was when Korea returned, but it was still pretty out-of-pocket. I remember there was a time where Barry was streaming Genshin Impact, and she showed me how Nivelette would land into the water, and I said, excellent form, 10 out of 10, and he swam a certain way, and she told me that he was compared to an otter. And because she mentioned that, when I saw that there was an artist who made an otter plushie that was designed as Nicolette, I sent her a link to it. In addition to that, she told me about Nicolette being like a water dragon, and when he's sad it rains. And I said, oh great, so my day has to be ruined because he's upset. I remember there was a time where Korea streamed their characters and they did like the most non-canon-ish. It had like Penny's mama flirting with Lars and Aron. And I believe Rome was basically flirting with Kala and flirting with Penny as well, which was really out of pocket. We kind of laughed at that. It wasn't serious, but Korea was sharing like the set that they were working on at that time, and it was really cute. There was also a time where they were showing Aron and Issa engaging in, again, sexual activity, but they had their clothes on because Korea said they didn't like seeing their characters naked. It was kind of weird. There was also a time where people were talking about how Korea had like a bit of a foot fetish because they were always posting pictures of their characters barefoot. I also watched Pretty Poison for the first time in the Sims Corner. It was the first time I ever watched that machinima, and it was pretty good. And I remember telling XOXO, because I don't want to confuse it, but I remember telling XOXO that maybe one day I'm going to be watching Pretty Poison in front of her, and she was like, oh god, please don't do that, I'm gonna get embarrassed. And I was like, okay, I won't. And I remember telling Korea, I said, I see why you like Pretty Poison's character, the male character. And Korea's like, why? Because they already claimed him basically as their boo. And I said, because he's adorable. I remember a time where I ended up sharing a link to EA's announcement that they were releasing one of their kits for free. And you can't argue with free, especially with an EA kit where it costs like $5. I can't remember which one it was, but I believe it was the one that had like all the greenery and stuff, because people love their plants. And there were often times where the chat had the pleasure of speaking to Korea's sister, because Korea's sister would sometimes take over Korea's mic when Korea had to like run like a small little errand. Like they would probably leave their room for like a second, and all of a sudden we hear another voice talking into the mic, having a conversation, and we're like, who is that? Who's that talking? And somebody would be saying, that's Korea's sister, and we're like, oh hey girl, how you doing? And it was an absolute joy speaking with her. And contrary to what certain people might believe, because they already have a particular narrative in their head about me, I enjoyed being in the Sims Corner. I had a fairly good experience in there. I wouldn't have asked to be sent a re-invite to rejoin the server if I didn't like being in there. Yeah, it was dead as hell, but there were certain people doing their own thing in the server that kept it alive that I enjoyed seeing. I enjoyed watching the new batch of members that were in there talking amongst each other, even though it was sometimes, a lot of the times, it was a bit too horny for my liking. I did enjoy watching people's art streams, watching people make their Sims, watching people share their Sims, and see people feel more motivated to use Sims as a creative outlet for them to make their own stories and stuff. I enjoyed seeing all of that. However, I ended up being deprived of all of that when Korea decided to boot me from the server for their own personal reasons. And they make up this story in their head and state that I made them feel unsafe and uncomfortable, where nowhere in the messages that we exchanged shows any of the stuff that I've been accused of doing, neither from Korea or Mooney. So yes, I decided against deleting this particular rant, one of many rants to be honest. And I wanted y'all to understand the bewilderment that I'm also feeling in watching how far someone's willing to go to defend an individual they consider to be their close friend. Someone who, in my humble opinion, would drop you in a heartbeat after they finish using you up and will say you served your purpose. Let me go find another sucker that can do what you've been doing but only 10 times better. You know what? Who am I kidding? For all I know, Mooney might be that better, because it takes a special kind of talent to pretend to be the sweet, kind, reasonable, and fair person, then drop said act and make up a whole story out of nowhere the minute you hear that somebody doesn't rock with your friend anymore, or your friend doesn't rock with that individual no more. That particular individual being me, because now all the problem Mooney's had with me and has been bottling up for damn near 6 months has come to the forefront. Now she's had a problem with me for a very long time and claims that my ban was a long time coming, when again, it was Korea who booted me from the server a couple of weeks after they returned. And yes, I know I've been saying this multiple times, but it bears repeating because now I'm touching on that topic again. But remember when I said that Mooney has a habit of pluraling things? This is what I mean. Along with claiming that I'm in my 30s, which again, I'm 30, she said back in June that I wrote stories of my characters that glorified rape. Well, she actually said essay, and I can only assume that she added as means of revenge to soften the blow, because according to her letter that she wrote, at the time of blocking me, she didn't want to be an asshole, but now she's all of a sudden come to this realization and revelation that she needs to be one in order to be taken more seriously. The word that she's actually looking for is assertive. She doesn't want to be an asshole, she wants to be assertive. But as you can see in her long ass letter, she didn't even mention it. And quite frankly, I'm still waiting for her to list out all the stories and characters that I've written that glorified rape. And I'll be waiting until the earth ends. Wanna know why? Because those stories and characters don't exist. Like I said in my very first video, I shared a small portion of a story pertaining to what my character Boss did when he was in his 20s. He's currently in his 50s, and I shared this back in January or very early February, but I'm fairly certain it was January because Korea mentioned it. I asked if people wanted to read it, and they said yes. They read it, they liked it, called Boss savage, and made a few other comments that were positive, and that was it. Had Mooney had a problem with it, she would have mentioned it that day in front of her friends, because at the time the only person I knew in the Sims Corner was Korea. I was still a stranger at that time when it came to everybody else. But you want to know why she didn't? Because it wasn't a problem back then. It became a problem when Korea didn't fuck with me no more. That's why she chose to skip over that part and many other parts of my video that has screenshots, because she'd be required to backtrack and say that it wasn't just Hungry's ish that made her and the other moderators uncomfortable to the point of never knowing when and how to navigate their own server with me in it. It had to have started with the stories of my characters that glorified rape. And I said in my first video that if I wanted to be petty, I could easily say that you and your friends make problematic content as well, which includes high schoolers doing drugs, selling drugs, underage drinking, getting arrested, being in toxic relationships, going to jail, blah 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 blah. But I did it because it's not true. None of it is true. So why would you say that about me? And you have yet to answer that question, because it will require you to backtrack and make up more lies to cover your previous lies. At least that's what I think. And speaking of backtracking, I love how after sharing those poorly taken screenshots of the messages Korea and I exchanged on Tumblr, which I know Korea shared to Mooney because that is the only way she had access to it, Mooney writes on her Instagram story, even after Korea states that they were feeling unsafe and uncomfortable or whatever the fuck it was, you still decided to respond maliciously. This just further drives the point that Korea never wanted to be associated with you in the first place. But then when I show in my previous video the screen recording of my association with Korea, which included the screenshot of how Korea ended up reaching out to me when I mentioned I'm a Cinema TV, and that's how we ended up talking on a consistent basis, Mooney adds in her fucking Dear John letter in the comment section, well, it doesn't matter how long ago you met, blah 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 blah. It does matter, because you brought it up and you posted that on Instagram with those poorly screenshotted pics, and it was shared multiple times. It even motivated Morph's dumbass to hop into my DMs talking reckless out her mouth. You made up a story in your head about Korea and my relationship and took it upon yourself to pay me out to be a weird-ass aggressor who idolized and dehumanized Korea when that is not true. And then you decided to conclude your whole diatribe with this backhanded, hope you find the closure you need and space to think on things. We're going to keep to our side of the community, you can keep to yours, blah, 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 blah. Because you thought your smoking guns were those screenshots and the fact that I streamed Hungry in the server. And on top of that, you didn't think I would see your messages because you blocked me. So when I basically responded with, bet, I'ma tell my truth for the sake of my closure publicly through means of making these videos, it pissed you and your friends off to the point that you came back and wrote that long ass letter in my comment section, which is still pinned to this day. So who's really obsessed here? Who really out here being some stalkerish loser that's chronically online? Who's really being this person you trying to paint me out to be? 'Cause it ain't me. I have my answer. I've known it since June 23rd. Why Mooney and her friends are so gung-ho about defending Korea, they're even willing to make total asses out of themselves. It's hypocrisy, projection, a pattern, and the lack of self-awareness. The things that I've been accused of doing are what they've been doing themselves. The idolizing, the dehumanizing, putting someone on a pedestal, the quote-unquote obsession. All of it's projection, especially on Mooney's part. And if y'all haven't been paying attention this entire time, even when skipping around, I don't know what to tell y'all. The reason why Mooney, and by extension her friends, is hypocritical is because she wrote a 120 plus page document about Melkira, Melkira's supporters, Melkira's friends, and her negative experience in the server that she herself moderated for at one point in time. Almost a year later, she still talked about it for the sake of either spreading awareness and letting it be known that she never really got the closure that she wanted. However, now that the roles are reversed and someone like myself has the audacity, the unmitigated gall to talk about my experience with Korea and address the lies that have been told about me after I got dragged back into the situation out of nowhere, it's a problem. And I've been demeaned and made out to be some rejected obsessive stalker who's chronically online, when the first video wasn't even about Korea. It was about the lies that Mooney fucking told. And the fact that Moore reported my account because she was mad fucking disrespectful and I matched her energy and she didn't like that I told her to suck Korea's dick. What I really should have said was that Moore can go eat out Korea's vitiligo coochie since the bitch talked about it multiple times. Biggest regret. Not really, I don't care, but it was a missed opportunity.
And since Mooney's all about context, I'm going to read parts of her document and show the hypocrisy in her own words. On page 8, she writes, I've gone back and forth when it comes to sharing my experiences, as Melkira and other creators involved have a very cultish following. I don't want any hate or harassment from this. I would just like to move past it and get closure. It felt wrong not to share what I have gone through these past couple of months. My mental health has been at an all-time low because of this, and at this point, I would just like to have an open discussion rather than keep being quiet about it. That same page, she writes, as a disclaimer, I'm in no way accusing Melkira of being directly homophobic, racist, etc., as her views may not necessarily align with those she implies in her sim stories. However, she has a history of not taking these issues seriously, even when they've been presented politely to her. As such, even if she does not agree that she's promoting offensive stereotypes, bigoted ideology, etc., she still defends herself and hurls accusations rather than listening to and learning from those who seek to inform her. And yet here she is in my comment section trying to tell me off for sharing my experience. Not only did she do that, she made allegations against me with zero proof and inconsistencies, which I just showed y'all. And yeah, I know I just read this like less than a minute ago, but just follow along with me here for a second. She says that the reason she was apprehensive about posting this document is because she feared being attacked by what she deemed to be a cultish following, and yet she had no problem jumping up to defend Korea when she knew nothing about nothing. Want to know why her name rarely came up when I listed some of the times I've been in the Sims Corner? If you guess it was because she wasn't there, give herself another pat on the back, because you'd be right. She was rarely, if ever, there. And this is what happens when you don't know anything. You end up looking stupid. You end up pulling a Mooney.
Pages 58 to 60. After sharing screenshots of a particular discourse, Mooney talks about how Melkira's friend dogpiled on a member of the server and even went as far as threatening them, and she was one of the few people to defend that particular individual. The other being Deja. Yes, that Deja, the creator that she shit talked about with Korea. Later on, she saw Melkira and the others in voice chat, and when she herself joined, everybody went mute, then left, which hurt her feelings. She even states, I tried to be fair to both Melkira and Anakin. I stepped in when Nabi, R, and others were being unfair. I even wrote up a long paragraph talking about how it wasn't Melkira's intention, while also discussing how important this conversation was. But since this day, and for as long as I remained in Melkira's server after this, I felt a strange tension whenever I joined a conversation. It felt to me that if you didn't agree with Melkira or defend her every move, you were treated differently, because I knew deep down that the themes in Melkira's stories were wrong. I wanted to address that and also be on Melkira's side too, but with them it's very black and white. It's either her or nothing, and as a mod in her server, I felt I had to cater to her feelings. However, when I was transparent with her and said that the reason I didn't want an invite back to the Sims Corner was because Korea was the one that booted me from the server, so I thought it was best that we kept our distance. She didn't ask me why I was booted. I wouldn't have been able to give her the reason, because still to this day I don't know. She just went to Korea and came to this conclusion that I was the problem, and that Korea ghosting me and giving me the silent treatment and then all of a sudden trying to fucking gaslight me was all a part of them establishing healthy boundaries. On top of that, in her IG story, she found it sickening that people were holding Korea to such unrealistic standards when there was zero proof to support that either. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? No. It's not even a we. What the fuck are you talking about? Because I know you're watching it somewhere. What are you talking about? You wrote that shit.
I also love how y'all got no problem with people praising and damn near kissing Korea's ass to hell and back, and have zero problems with these same people calling y'all and Korea friends. But when they got a problem with somebody, now it's Korea's not a big creator. They just want to be treated like a person and not be dehumanized, idolized, placed on a pedestal, held on realistic standards. You're not entitled to friendship. If you don't know somebody on their first and last name basis, you shouldn't do X, Y, and Z. All this bullshit. Now it's something like that because they had a problem with somebody. But when it's everybody else praising and kissing up to them, y'all don't got a problem with it whatsoever, because it all boils down to convenience and how it benefits you. I am under the impression that Mooney is a sycophant. While yes, she genuinely does like Korea as a friend and enjoys their company and whatsoever, I also think she gets pleasure from the attention that Korea receives because it benefits her. Because whenever someone asks what machinima Korea recommends for people to watch, they immediately say Mooney, Stellar, and Pretty Poison, and harp on the fact that these individuals are original. And yes, while Stellar already has a large following herself, much larger than Korea's, mind you, Korea blew up within a year, and one of those reasons was due to a Facebook post within like a group chat of some sort where people were talking about Doro on a daily. I think someone took a screenshot of Korea's work and shared it to the Facebook group, and people follow Korea through that. Now I'm sure it's other outside stuff like TikTok as well, but Facebook was one of the reasons that Korea's following grew the way that it did. And because Mooney is connected to Stellar in Korea, especially within that time where Korea started to get popular, it benefits her because Korea is always recommending her work along with everybody else's that's in their friend group. It's called having connections for a reason and using your resources. But just admit it. Just admit that you're doing too fucking much. Just admit that because you have these connections and said connections are beneficial to you, you are acting the exact same way like the motherfuckers in the server that you were talking about behaved. The way that you were saying that Melkira and their friends were acting, that's how you're acting. I know it's hard for you, but you got beef with people every fucking year. Just admit it. Just admit it. Just be honest. Damn.
And no, I'm not defending Melchiora in any way, shape, or form. What I'm saying is I read this document multiple times because it's long and contains a lot of screenshots. So in order for me to follow along, I had to reread certain parts. And it's very well written and put together. I especially like the comparison chart where it showed Melchiora's work and the works that she plagiarized from. But when it comes to providing evidence and context to support the claims that have been made against me, there's nothing but a poorly cut off set of screenshots that paint me out to be an aggressor. That's all I've been saying when I was talking about this section. There's just nothing. And y'all are relying on Mooney's words, but she has lied multiple times, and people are still out here believing the shit that she's spewing because they're either fans or friends. I'm literally losing my fucking voice here because you guys don't want to listen and you guys don't want to read. Y'all just don't care. It's like y'all are willfully being obtuse and ignorant to all of this to exhaust somebody into silence. You know what? That is probably y'all's game plan because y'all don't have anything else. Y'all don't have proof whatsoever that some of the shit that y'all been saying is true. Y'all certainly can't rely on the truth because the person that y'all using as y'all spokesperson has been lying since day fucking one. Anyway, going back to Mooney's document, not only did I read that, I also read the one that was made in response to hers. And I still stand by what I said back then in the fact that the document overall was poorly put together and that the receipts that were provided were weak. And that's because there wasn't a lot of context behind the screenshots that were provided. And there were times that they did nitpick at certain things. Case in point, pages 12 to 14, the writer alleged that Mooney made sexist comments. But when you read the comments, they're generic ones that are seen many times over about how men are trash, women are smarter than men, etc. It falls under the category of why women and femmes and they them say they choose a bear over a man. It's relatively harmless. The example also included Mooney making sexual comments and talking about being ace, but I don't know what relevance any of that had pertaining to Mooney's alleged sexist comments. Now, if I were to guess, it may have been meant for another section in their document, but I don't know. On page 15, there was a part where it says that Mooney asked for CC even though it was against CC creators. Again, I don't really know what that means to a degree because it could have meant that it was a part of the server not to request that or something. I don't know. I really don't know. But the screenshots provided was showing Mooney requesting that Teddy Sims, yes, that Teddy, drop their CC folder. But the writer acknowledged that she was joking. To quote them, that was a joke, but she also took jokes of others out of context. So we can do that too, right? No, you can't, because now it calls into question the validity of your entire document. Page 21 to 22, it alleges that Mooney was sexualizing stuff overall, including pixels. Let's be for real here. Y'all trying to tell me y'all don't be thirsting and crushing over fictional characters? I promise you, they do not give a damn. And last but not least, pages 25 to 26, it was alleged that Mooney's friend was being mean towards Melchiora, but it was literally just the Simmer Papaya telling Melchiora that people will know that Melchiora plagiarized their work. That's not being mean, that's literally just stating facts. But yeah, those were some of the examples that I saw of like the nitpicking and how there needed to be more context to certain stuff. That being said, there were a few things that I saw in the document that stood out to me that could have been expanded upon, especially when you see in the first 6 pages of Mooney's re-uploaded post that she did address some of the allegations that were made against her. I say some because she picked and chose what she wanted to talk about, which is similar to what she did to me. She didn't address any of the screenshots that I provided in my videos. She only talked about situations where there weren't concrete proof, such as Issa's age. It's possible that she made a response on her Twitter because links to the original document and the re-uploaded one were posted there. There was even like a screenshot
in Nabi's or the writer's document that showed that there is a response that she did make on Twitter. But even if that was the case, she should have included those in her re-uploaded document. What's one extra page, or 2, or 3, or 10?
Create, explore, expand, concord.
For all I know, she forgot. She tends to do that a lot. Pettiness aside, on page 22 to 23, the writer alleged that Mooney trash-talked Papaya Sims' work prior to them becoming friends, and the screenshots provided showed Mooney allegedly dissing how Papaya executed their machinima, and her talking about their Sims, claiming that they look related. On page 4, it also shows Mooney allegedly shit-talking other people's Sims as well, but praising their work in the comment sections. While it's possible these allegations are false due to how the format is and the lack of in-depth screenshots, what makes me believe parts of them are true is because even though she praised Deja in her document for trying to mediate a particular situation in one of the servers that Mooney was in the Sims Corner, at the very beginning when everybody, the founders included, were active, she took part in talking poorly about Deja. Rumor has it that she and her friends are now praising Deja's work, and Deja herself. I can't confirm or deny it. Again, it's just something that I heard. But if it is true, the fakery is real. I'm just saying. I also want to add that according to the document that was written in response to Mooney's, this particular server or servers that Mooney was talking about, it allowed minors in it as well. And on page 5, the screenshots show Mooney being rather antagonistic about a particular minor in the server because they weren't following the rules. You can see here there was like something that Mooney stated, like she screenshotted a particular conversation and then wrote quirky. I guess that means to say that it was cringe, and on top of that, just like the document said, it stated that Mooney was revealing the ages of said minors, and Mooney said, I get that she or whoever they are like 13 to 15 years old, but it's not that hard to follow rules. Something like that. I'm just paraphrasing it. You can read it yourself. In addition to this, there are also screenshots, I believe on that exact same page, that show that Mooney said some out-of-pocket shit in general chat where practically anybody, minors included, could see them. Now, I don't know what led to Mooney sharing that story about her being 4 years old, dressing herself up to attend this wedding and forgetting to put her underwear on, and then the whole dance floor situation happened. I don't know what led to her talking about joining slutty INVU chats just to see people dry hump each other, or just so she can dry hump people, whatever it is. Y'all see the messages. I also don't know if the Sims Corner channel of that server was opened up to minors, but let's just say that it was, in that there was a possibility minors could see all the stuff that Mooney was saying. Common sense dictates that you should keep certain information to yourself. Some things are just meant to be private. Mooney never addressed that in her document, and I don't know if she ever addressed it on Twitter. That being said, if I was being accused of bullying a minor and being weird in chat in front of minors, I think that would have been one of the first things I would have addressed, but she didn't. I mean, she said that she changed names of certain people who were minors, and that one of the individuals just became a legal adult, so she didn't change their name. And she also addressed the allegation that she and her friends just posted Sims porn in the chat all willy-nilly with minors in it, and Mooney said that was actually a private chat that's 18 plus and none of them could have seen it. And she ended up flipping it back to Nabi, like putting the ball in their court, and stated like, you can't be about protecting minors and making a safe space for them whenever they join the server, and then post a document with a link that leads to adult content, knowing how curious youngins can be. They will click that link and be exposed to explicit content, and it's irresponsible to put a link like that in your document and say do not touch, knowing damn well they gonna touch it. So I do agree with that. But again, I do think that Mooney should have addressed parts of that allegation, especially the part where it seems like she was bullying a minor, because it is weird for an adult in their 20s to be beefing with someone who is in the age range of 13 to 15 years old. That's weird. Page 16 and 24 were the ones that stood out to me the most, because in those screenshots, Mooney states that one of the reasons she left a server and was probably not going to rejoin it was due to the fact that it was a toxic environment and it made her uncomfortable and feel unwelcomed. She also gave advice on how the owner or owners can improve on how they run their server so that it can be a much more welcoming and safer environment, and states that hopefully they can all learn from this. If y'all haven't been paying attention, even though y'all were skipping, I don't know what to tell y'all, because Mooney's the owner of 2 servers, and she was rarely, if ever, active in one of those servers, which happens to be the Sims Corner. And one of the reasons for that is because she was uncomfortable with seeing me in it. Not only was she uncomfortable with that, the other mods were uncomfortable because they never knew what I was going to say or stream in their server. So instead of running your server and banning a motherfucker, you chose to do nothing. And don't even get me started on how she tried to pull the sympathy card in my comment section with the "I should have said all of this, but I didn't want to be seen as an asshole. I've been demonized for expressing my feelings in the past, so I didn't want to come across that way. But now I've come to the realization that I have to be this way." Like, bitch.
We do not care.
It's just... To see Mooney say that the reason she left a particular server was due to the fact that the behavior that was being displayed in there made her feel uncomfortable and unwelcomed, when she and her friends did the same thing in the Sims Corner to the point people left because there was no sense of community in there for them, and also talk about how there was some passive aggressiveness that was going on in the server as well, when y'all can see in my comment sections how passive aggressive both Mooney and Pretty Poison can be, even though I initially was respectful towards Pretty Poison because we never had problems with one another. But of course, she says one thing but means the complete other. You're allowed to feel what you feel, but it's ridiculous. You can do whatever you want on your platform, but I don't want you talking about my close friend. Hope you get closure. I don't really mean that. I just want you to stop talking about it. Enjoy the rest of your summer. I don't really mean that either. I'm just letting you know that you're wasting it. You see what I mean? Pages 27 to 28 were also interesting to me as well, because the writer alleged that Mooney was obsessed with collecting screenshots against other people, when from what I saw it was one person, who was Minxie Toast Sims. Again, I say Minxie Toast Sims because I was told that they were one and the same, so I just combined the names. Minxie Toast Sims was an individual who plagiarized other people's works, Korea and Stella included, and Mooney was working on collecting more evidence in order to confront Minxie Toast again, because apparently she ain't learned her lesson the first time. However, what stood out to me is the fact that Mooney wrote how Minxie was quick to play the victim when confronted, and basically gloated about the fact that she decided to be petty and dislike all of Minxie's videos. Now, me personally, I do not consider gathering evidence to confront somebody for a second time because they're a well-known plagiarizer in the Sims community to be obsessive. But I do find it weird Mooney took time out of her day and went out of her way to dislike all of Minxie's videos. I get it though. She stole from your friends, and she stole from people that you probably respected, and you don't like her for that. I understand 1000%. However, it is counterproductive to do something like that when you are already planning to confront her for a second time, mind you, because now you are engaging with somebody's content that you don't like, which is a weird thing to do. Now, that, in my opinion, would be considered something chronically online and obsessively stalkerish, but...
Okay. With all that being said, I know that some of y'all might be wondering, or not, you still talking about this shit? Why continue to talk about something that happened so long ago? Everybody else moved on, why can't you? Would y'all believe me if I said that I've asked these sets of questions myself? A lot more than you think. There was even a part of me that was subconsciously aware of the possibility that people might think I'm being toxic and maybe a bit of a bully, because Korea's never said anything about any of this, yet here I am talking about them and the situation that they caused ad nauseum. And I never felt like this before. Mind you, I've spoken about a lot of things throughout my years in the Sims community, from the lack of representation to entitled CC and modders who perma-paywall their things. Like, even that one incident when EA switched up like their policy and everybody was showing they unwashed booty holes throughout that entire situation. I made like an entire document of that. The Simflix disaster, all of that. Like, I've spoken about a lot of things. I've been blocked, I've been insulted, maybe a few other things here and there, but it's the internet. It's not that big of a deal. There were even times people reached out to me when I've made mistakes and they have informed me of it. Like, I either jumped the gun or made an assumption, whatever it may be. They reached out to me to tell me that, and I said, you know what, you are absolutely correct. Let me fix that. My apologies are as loud as my disrespect. I'm human. I make mistakes and I can acknowledge that. Life still goes on. You live and you learn, and I'm not afraid to admit when I fucked up. But never have I ever felt like this, where it feels like I've been made to feel bad, or there's an attempt that has been made to make me feel bad for speaking up and out about my experience. Now, don't get me wrong. Since this incident occurred, I've taken part in speaking poorly about Korea and their friends, more specifically Mooney, Stellar, and Morph. Again, Barry ain't say nothing but clocked it, and I've stated before that it was a teeny disappointment to see her share Mooney's story about me without a second thought, because she was one of the only active founders who spoke and hung out with people on a consistent basis. Idealistically speaking, I had a little bit of hope that she would have remained unbiased due to that, especially when you take Chicharon's testimony into account that she has seen Korea act like a bitch and was like, oh well, that's just Korea being Korea. But apparently she chose loyalty over what actually is, and you know, you can kind of have respect for that, I guess. Pretty Poison's a bonus. She's just there. I ain't never had a problem with her, but in her passive aggressive comment that she left, she let it be known she had one with me. And they've all been acting like it's everybody else that's the problem but Korea. And I don't even think they see how cult-like that mentality is. And if they do see it, they're in denial. They just think that they're defending their friend. I'm even willing to grasp at a straw here and show a little grace and say that that is probably why Pretty Poison didn't have a counter argument. Because deep down inside, she knows, being the close friend that she claims to be, that not everybody is lying on Korea. But she's not going to say any of that because, again, loyalty. That's fine. Just don't be coming up in my comment section no more. As for Korea, while I can acknowledge their creativity and say that I have enjoyed the time that I spent chilling with them and talking to them within the year of knowing them, I can look past all that and also say that they're a shit-talking, all bark, no bite gaslighter who've been victimizing themselves since they were a smaller channel and accusing everybody and their mama that they don't like, left, right, and center, of dehumanizing them. Quite frankly, Korea has beaten multiple horses to death with that allegation, and it only happens when they have a problem with an individual. It bears no weight. Anytime they get a problem, it's, why am I not being treated like a person? I am tired of my hard work being rewarded by this community with dehumanization. All I want to do is be treated like a person. Blah, 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 blah. Why is it so hard to do that? My nigga in Pixelated Christ, you are treated like a person. You and your friends just don't like that people have been saying that you're a shitty one. Because you can't say that you don't see other people as competition. You see them as colleagues, that you hope that the machinima community continues to grow, blah, 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 and then turn around and insult people's Sims in machinima, saying that they look related, saying that their stuff isn't unique, saying that they look bland and all that jazz. You can't go around saying stuff like that because you're being mad disrespectful. You can't criticize and then get mad when motherfuckers want to critique. That it just doesn't work like that. And since I'm on the topic of doing that, in my shit talking, I have also criticized Korea's work and said that out of all of their machinimas, Doro is not my favorite. It's at the bottom of the list. I'm not saying it's trash. There's a lot of things I liked about it. Like the scene where Aron is creating that space in his head whenever he's talking to Issa. That's beautifully done. I love that. I love when it was shown how Lars' mom went insane when his dad left, and we're shown how she's literally standing at the door day after day, season after season, waiting for this nigga to come back when we know he ain't coming back, he ain't shit. I love how the audience in Rome are aware of the fact that Lars and him are brothers, but Lars don't know that yet. And I love how it's heavily implied that Rome cuts himself. You see the razor in his room, the scars on his arm, the sleeve he uses to cover it up. And there was a scene where someone talked about how like the bathroom, one of the bathrooms in the school was out of order or something like that because somebody got into a fight and like broke the mirrors in the bathroom, and you see him go into that bathroom and you know what he's going to do to himself in there. I love that. I also love how Korea showed that Kala was trans, and it was done in a way where it's not some shock factor. It was just completely natural and very well done. I loved all of that, but I felt that this story in particular probably would have fared better, at least for me, in a college setting and not high school, because they're just, the characters at times look too old to me. Like, they look older than they actually are, especially when you take into account that they have all these tattoos and piercings on their bodies. And you know, this could just be my ignorance, because I have seen during my time in high school, both private and public, that there are people that have more than one piercing, more than one tattoo, but it was never on the scale of the characters that you see in Doro. At best, they had like maybe half of a sleeve or like spots there. Everybody else, they're like decked out in tattoos, and that shit's expensive, and it doesn't look like any of them have a job. I remember saying, how is Lars able to get all this ink? How is Adon able to get like all these piercings and stuff like that? These niggas don't got jobs. Like, how is he able to buy Penelope her gift and take her out to a fancy restaurant and stuff like that? He doesn't seem to have a job whatsoever. It's not even heavily implied. Well, when it comes to Adon, he has to have some form of income coming in somehow, some way, because he is emancipated and he is taking care of his sister. But as for Kala and Lars, especially Lars, I remember Korea saying like, oh, well, it'll be explained like what he does or something like that. Do not come to me and tell me like, yes, they finally explained it and stuff like that. I genuinely do not give a fuck. I know I'm saying a lot of stuff, but when it comes to this, all I was saying is that me critiquing Doro is on the list of what I would deem to be me speaking poorly about Korea and their friends, because they have no problem speaking poorly about other people's stuff. That is why I said, do not get me wrong. Don't make the mistake of pulling a Mooney and making it seem as though these videos I have put out is me trying to make myself in the situation far more worse or less than what it actually is. All I'm talking about is what happened. And while I was making this video, I thought it would be something that I could get out of the way within a month like the other ones. But as time went on and I wanted to leave no crumbs out, it got longer and longer. And I even lost an hour and a half of my video at one point, which kind of demotivated me. And I realized that by the time I finished this video, it'd be months later. And I started to second guess myself and say, you know, none of this is worth the hassle no more. Like, everybody's gonna see it like my second video. It's just a complete rant. There's nothing there. Nobody cares. Blah, 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 blah. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. There's just no point. But I got over it for several reasons. One being, I'm grown and I can do what I want, when I want, how I want, on my own platform, on my own time. There's no statute of limitations whatsoever or a designated area on when and where I do this stuff. And it would be a cold, freezing, icy day in all 9 layers of hell before I allow individuals 5 to 6 years younger than me try to tell me what to do on my own platform when they don't know how to run their own shit. And the kicker to all this is because of making these videos and talking about it, as annoying as it may be to some individuals, I learned that this entire time Mooney, Stellar, Morph, and even Barry to a degree, because she shared Mooney's post, have been targeting the wrong person.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, you heard that correctly. From June 23rd to now, Mooney has yet to acknowledge the fact that she brought my name up for no fucking reason and made it seem as though I said stuff that I never said and did things that I never did. Morph included. All the stuff that they have done was aimed at the wrong individual. Me. And because Mooney claims that all I've been doing was speaking a whole lot of nothing with barely any context and have been stalkerish and obsessed with Korea and all that jazz, I am going to continue reading the messages that I left off at from May 3rd to June 23rd. I am even going to go as far as reading Morv's message for the very first time.
And here we go.
Going back to the messages with Korea and myself, I sent them a message May 3rd at 5:02 p.m. It says, he looks like he got flipped onto his back. And it was a picture that Korea shared of Lars lying on the ground, all red-faced and stuff like that. And it turns out he didn't get flipped onto his back. He got his ass beat by his mental health. He was having a panic attack of some sort. May 11th at 12:07 a.m. and I put, hi there. Korea responds at 12:52 p.m. Hey bud. And I said, how you be? Hopefully well. Next message we send is May 17th at 9:10 a.m. And it was when Korea shared a story on their Instagram, and it says, does anyone have any experience being a mod for Discord or know how to set up a tiny server? I wanted to make a super secret one just for us. Really low key if you catch my vibe. And so I respond with, oh yay, you're gonna do it. And they say, yes, but very low key. And then I respond same day at 10:47 a.m. looking forward to it. And Korea and I don't exchange messages with one another for about almost 2 weeks. 13 days to be exact. May 30th rolls around and Korea sends me a message at 3:53 p.m. Hey Albie, don't take this the wrong way. I'm genuinely asking, but why didn't you leave with your friends? I just need to put this in perspective for y'all just a little bit. Korea and I did not exchange any messages on Discord for almost 2 weeks. And the very first message they send me is an inquiry about why I'm still in the Sims corner. And it bears repeating. They're asking me why I am still in a server that they left and said that they didn't give a fuck about. They basically said in more ways than once, I don't care about that server. They literally went from calling it my server to that server and distanced themselves from having any association with the Sims corner. And now, because I learned that they were coming back, I saw the announcement on their YouTube. They sent me this message and I was confused. And on top of that, they were saying that why didn't I leave with my friends? They were not my friends. We are mutuals. Just because I'm in a group chat, like a private group chat with people, and I get along with individuals, does not mean we are friends. We're just cordial and we get along. I told Korea that I am very selective when it comes to who I let in my circle. I am cautious about who I decide to call a friend, especially when it comes to the internet. So until I get to know them better, I consider everyone mutuals. So for Korea to say that stuff to me sound really accusatory and antagonistic. And even though they said don't take it the wrong way, how am I supposed to take it? How am I supposed to take this tone? It's like, do you not want me in the server? Is that why you're asking me this question? Like what are you getting at? I respond because I was a little confused. I said, the server? And they respond at 4 p.m. Of course. And I said, oh, no big reason. I like seeing people's Sims, what they be working on, photo stories, machinimas, and interacting with them with emojis and or GIFs. 4:17 p.m. Korea responds with, that makes sense. What did you message Nicole? And so I send a gif of Pikachu tilting his head, and Korea sends me a screenshot of a message that I sent to Nicole on the 29th. And Nicole says, I'ma need people in the voice chat or I'ma cry because the server was dead. And I said, I sent you a message, friend. And so I start to get a bit defensive. And I say, do you mind if I ask if something's up? And then I responded, it wasn't anything negative. I told her that the people that used to be active in the Older Watch voice chat were active elsewhere. Why? What's up? And then I said, oh, I saw that you rejoined the server too. Is that permanent or temporary? Korea responds at 4:30. Nothing wrong, just wanted the rundown. Thank you, Albie. I said, rundown for what? It seems like something troubled you a bit. I'm not troubled. I just wanted to make sure I had all the information. All the information pertaining to what exactly? Wouldn't it be fair to tell me what's going on or what's wrong? I know you're saying it's nothing, but part of me isn't convinced since I've been asked specific questions. Korea responds, I was only asking about you. There's no issue. I'm just now rejoining the server and wanted the rundown. Thank you again for providing it. So when Korea said that, I was like, okay, they're acting mad weird. I'm not gonna like even get into it and stuff. Like, I'm literally at fucking work being asked these questions. And I'm like, you know what, whatever is going on over there, or whatever like is going through their mind or something like that, they ain't got shit to do with me. I got way too much to focus on and way too much to worry about than Korea essentially trying to pry answers out of me and interrogate me as to why I didn't leave the Sims corner. And on top of that, I had a feeling that because I didn't budge and I started asking questions back, Korea essentially shut down, and they realized that they couldn't get anything else out of me, which is why they responded the way that they did. So I wasn't going to push it. I wasn't going to press anymore. It didn't really matter. So I just responded with, oh, okay, it's no problem. I do got a question though, unrelated to the topic at hand. That animation where Lars ate the cream off of Pin's finger, did you commission that? Cause that did something to my spirit. The reason why I asked this is because Korea used to tell me about how they commissioned an animator to make their animations because they wanted to be different from other people. They didn't want to be copied. They wanted to have something that was theirs. So they decided to spend extra money. And you can see that animation only in Korea's works because it belongs to them. Back in July 30th of 2023, I watched the 2 episodes of For the Love of the King that Korea dropped, and I saw this particular animation. I actually still have a clip of it to this day because I screen recorded it and I showed it to my friend. Like, when I told her about it, I said, yo, there's this animation by Korea that they commissioned and it looks really, really good. I said, like, the attention to detail and stuff, I should probably get my paper up so I can like request like an animation from this creator. Because I'm not really good at describing it, here's the clip. Anyway, July 30th, I sent them a message and I said, that reminds me, which animation is the one that you commissioned? Was it Luna running her hands over Akira's face? Cause whew, I kind of felt something with that. And Korea said, yes, it was. Such and such ate that up. They even told me how much it cost to get it commissioned. $57. And here's the thing, in such a niche community where everybody uses the same animations, to have one that's yours and only yours and nobody else can have it, it's worth every penny. $57, maybe a little bit expensive, but it's fucking chump change when you know that it's only yours. They also told me about a time that they were going to commission a particular animation where Penelope and Lars were going to dry hump each other. And so from what I remember, the idea that they had was that Penelope and Lars were not going to have full-blown sex yet. It was Lars easing her into it because, like, aside from her being sheltered, he knew that she was inexperienced. So Lars was just going to ease her into it, make her feel comfortable, and there was going to be a dry humping scene. Korea completely scrapped that idea and decided that, you know what, I'm just gonna have Penelope lose her virginity. And so what they decided to do is, instead of like a dry humping scene, instead of like a build up, they had Lars walk her through sex. That's why he had her on top of him.
Oh my fucking god. It's just, it sounds so awkward when I'm just describing it. I'm getting embarrassed just thinking about it. Oh.
I'm just letting you guys notice because that question that I asked didn't come out of the blue. This is something that Korea and I have always like just discussed. And so it wasn't out of the normal for me to ask whether it was commissioned or not, or whether it was by a different animator, or if it, or like who was it by, because Korea would be like, oh no, this animation is by like Arrow 404 or Luca Z Luca or whatever the fuck their names are. Like, this animation is by X, Y, and Z. As you can see, crickets. Fucking crickets. The way that they were interrogating me and asking me questions, and they were able to respond back to back to back to back to back. Didn't get that after I asked that question. Then I say, at 7:10 p.m. that same day, I said, wow, the server's picking up. What made you want to rejoin? Missed it? Still crickets. June 1st at 12:02 a.m. I say, were you able to figure out the IG Messenger problem on your end with your new account? Still crickets. Okay, so I realized that a portion of my audio was messed up, so I'm just gonna retell it again and then pick up the audio where it left off. But yes, circling back to the fact that it was still crickets from Korea's end, it was not a communication issue whatsoever. Korea just didn't want to talk to me no more. They got what they wanted, or what they thought they wanted, and they just decided to leave me on red. And they continued to be that way while I was in the Sims corner. And if you want to know what my experience was like when Korea came back, it was awkward, because for some reason Korea was acting as though I was some sort of intruder who did not belong in the server. You know, the server that they said they didn't give a fuck about. The one that they went from saying my server to that server. The one that they acknowledged was barely moderated. That's the server that they were having issues with me being in. Now, in Mooney's little letter to me, she makes it seem as though I was a toxic person that Korea had every right to cut off from their lives. But the truth of the matter is, it was Korea being toxic. It was Korea acting like they were in high school, giving somebody the silent treatment and making all these weird mumble grumble noises when you say something. And the best example I have is when Korea was watching The Duff. They were in general chat, I believe, or they were watching it in like the regular watch party section. And Mooney was celebrating her birthday. I don't remember which day it was. I want to say it was either the 5th or the 6th of June. And while they were watching the movie, they were talking. You know, some people were being a little bit horny in chat, but it is what it is. People are going to do what they want to do anyway. Korea tells everyone that it's Mooney's birthday and that they were celebrating with her because they were going to drink in her stead to a degree, because I think Mooney was out drinking and Korea was drinking as well. And they said, oh, Mooney's going to be coming in here soon, so don't forget to wish her a happy birthday. Cool. Everybody wished her a happy birthday, myself included. And the chat started to get a little bit explicit for the general watch party. So Mooney made the suggestion that everybody move to older watch. But one individual said they couldn't see the older watch. Mooney tells them you have to specify your age in order for it to open. Otherwise, you can't have access to it. So everyone ends up moving into the older watch, and the individual that couldn't get in or didn't see it at first, I saw them pop in as well. Mooney and Korea follows. Korea puts the movie back on, and you know, they start talking about the movie themselves. I believe Mooney said something about the book being better and the siblings being a little bit weird or some shit like that, but there was like a little bit of a conversation going on there. And eventually people started acting a little bit raunchy in the chat. They started throwing like sexual innuendos here and there, and you know, it is what it is. It's the older watch. You're allowed to do whatever you want. And while this was happening, I ended up getting curious, and I said, hey, how old is everyone? You know, just a regular question that I've asked many times over. And while Korea was talking, they paused and kind of went like at the message that I sent. And Mooney was like, well, it's older watch, Albie. I'm pretty sure everybody's of age here. And Korea's like, yeah, kind of like in a duh tone. I was like, yeah, of course, but I'm still curious. You know, these are new people. I don't know how old they are. I didn't check, so I just wanted to see. And some of them were like, I'm 18, 19, 20, 22, 25, maybe 27. I believe there was somebody that was probably 29 as well. I don't remember, but I know that a few people ended up sharing their age. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I left it alone. It's not the first time I asked people how old they were, even in the older watch. I said age check. And people were like, well, it's older watch. Why are you asking for an age check? I'm like, I'm just saying. I also said race check because sometimes people said nigga. And I wanted to make sure that they were of the correct demographic to say that. Anyway, I think I was in chat for like maybe another half an hour or so. I can't recall, but I ended up leaving. And as I was leaving, I said, good night Mooney, good night Korea, enjoy the rest of your birthday, drink plenty of water. And Mooney's like, okay, see ya Albie, have a good night, I'll see you around. And Korea stops mid-sentence. I don't remember what they were saying, but they were like, who's leaving, like who's about to leave? And Mooney's like, Albie's leaving. Korea responds with, oh, and then goes back to talking to the chat. No goodbyes, no good nights, no see you around, no nothing. And this is not the first time Korea's done something like this in voice chat. However, this was the first time I actually decided to somewhat address it, and on June 7th at 4:16 p.m. I said, are you alright? You seem rather distant whenever, if ever, we interact. Korea responds a minute later, I'm well, bestie. How are you? Everything okay? I say, I'm fine, just concerned and curious. I'm happy to hear that you're okay, Albie. And I say, why thank you, same to you. And those were the last messages that we exchanged on Discord with one another. And I also want to put this a little bit into perspective for y'all. In between those 2 minutes, I contemplated pushing the matter. Instead of just saying, why thank you, same to you, I was gonna be like, Korea, come on, what's going on? How you've been interacting with me now is not how you used to interact with me before. Throughout the year that we've known each other, this is not how you normally behave. So what's the deal? What's going on? However, I opted not to do that because I felt in my gut that Korea was going to do this song and dance where they're evasive. And this is not the first time they've done that. They have done this multiple times where you ask them a question and they try to dance around the answer. They'll try to switch to a different topic in hopes that you would drop the original thing that you asked them. And if you don't, eventually they'll relent to a degree. And it's happened before. It happened back in March with the Elvira situation. I completely forgot to mention that, but I asked them to return to the server so that they can explain their side of the story. And Korea's like, what? Huh? What's going on? I don't understand. Oh, what time are you up? What's your time zone? Blah, 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 blah. And while I did entertain those questions, I was like, come back, friend. Come back to the chat. Like, we want to hear your side of the story because we don't know what's going on. We think it's a miscommunication. And eventually they did come back. And that's what I felt that was going to lead to, which would have annoyed the hell out of me. And to avoid all that, I just chose to drop the matter. June 16th rolls around and it's the night before I have to go to work. I end up hopping into like the Discord and I see that there's a live stream going on in the Overwatch of the Sims Corner. And it is actually, when you check the thumbnail, it was an art stream of some sort. And I was like, ooh, I love a good art stream. It sucks that I won't be able to stay in there because I have to get ready for work. So I hopped in there and I wrote, this is just a drive-by greeting. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your night and the rest of your stream. See y'all around, or something like that. And they're like, okay, Albie, you enjoy the rest of your night, blah, 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 whoopty, whoopty, whoop. In the midst of me getting ready for work, I got a bit distracted and I ended up lurking in the chat. And while I was lurking, I started hearing people talk about kinks and stuff. And someone mentioned that another individual had like a daddy kink of some sort. And I was like, not the daddy kink. And they were like, I don't have a daddy kink. I never said that. I never did this. And someone had a screenshot of one of their messages and pulled a this you. I think I laughed, or I put like a gif of the skeleton just falling over and like breaking apart when I saw that, because it was pretty funny. But I finished up doing what I needed to do and I decided to leave the chat. As I was leaving, Korea came in and I heard their voice for like a split second before I disconnected from the call. And that was about it. Like, nothing really too big happened. I would have loved to stay for the art stream, but you know, I had to be a responsible adult. The next day, while I was talking to one of my friends and trying to pull up a link that I sent them on Discord, I saw that the pink plum bulb that represented the Sims Corner wasn't there. And I initially thought that it was a glitch where Discord was just booting people from different servers. So I go, no biggie, I'll just ask Korea for a re-invite and take it from there. So I go to request a re-invite from Korea and I see that they're not on my friends list anymore. It actually said send friend request, I believe. 2 + 2 is 4, y'all. But at the time, I was still giving like the benefit of the doubt, And I was thinking, well, it could have still been a glitch, and Korea just unfriending me happened at the same time. So it could have just been the timing of it all. There could have been a mistake. And on top of that, Korea was still following me on Instagram, on all of my Instagram accounts. So again, it added on to me giving them a benefit of the doubt, because why would you unfriend me on Discord but still follow me and be friends with me on Instagram? But because they had their account set to send friend requests, I knew that they weren't going to be able to see my message until they accepted the request itself. And according to Korea, their Instagram DMs were not working. So I had no way to contact Korea. At the time, I thought I had no way to contact Korea. So I decided to use my resources and reach out to the founders that I remembered off the top of my head. Now, Mooney was still on my friends list, so I ended up sending her a message first. And yes, I'm going to read it to y'all again. So, June 17th at 10:50 p.m., I write, "Hey Mooney, hope you're doing well. I wasn't able to get in contact with Korea, so I'm reaching out to you since I'm a little curious about something. I noticed that I was no longer a part of the Sims Corner server, and I don't know if it was due to an error on Discord's part or something else, because I didn't leave it on my own accord. If it's possible to get re-invited, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thanks." I didn't get a response that day, that evening, and I really didn't expect to, because it was late at night when I found out that I wasn't in the Sims Corner anymore. And I waited until the next day. Still didn't get a response. I did see Mooney go from being idle to do not disturb, and I believe that is because she was sick. At least that's what she told me on the 22nd. But on the evening of the 18th, I ended up reaching out to Stellar. And I write to Stellar at 8:36 p.m. "Hi Stellar, I hope you're doing well. I apologize ahead of time if I come across as pushy and or impatient, since I'm trying to get in contact with any of the admins of the Sims Corner since last night. I saw that I'm no longer a part of the Sims Corner server, and I don't know if it was due to an error on Discord's part or something else, because I didn't leave on my own accord. If there's a possibility to get re-invited to TSC, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thanks." It was after I sent that message, and I want to say it was at least an hour or two after I sent that message, that I remembered that Korea had a Tumblr as well. And I went onto Tumblr and I saw that Korea and I were still following each other. And this is where Mooney got her screenshots from. On June 18th, I'm fairly certain it was that date, I wrote to Korea, "Hey, hope you're doing okay. I'm a little curious about something and hope you can provide some answers. I noticed that I was no longer a part of the Sims Corner server, and I don't know if it was due to an error on Discord's part or something else, because I didn't leave it on my own accord. I also saw you weren't on my friends list on Discord either, and I'm curious about that too. I'd greatly appreciate a response back. Thanks." And I also added, but I forgot to take a screenshot of that because I didn't know that this was going to happen. But below that I said, "Since you said that your Instagram messages weren't working, I'm trying the Tumblr method instead." And this is completely irrelevant, but the message above that was written September of last year, Korea deactivated their Instagram account and I couldn't get in contact with them. So I decided to try Tumblr. I sent them a message on Tumblr the very first time in September, and I asked if they were okay because they deactivated their account. They told me they were fine and that they were just unplugging for a bit. And they didn't mean to cause me to worry. And I was like, "Nah, you're good. I understand wanting to unplug completely." That's where that message came from. And they responded in a timely manner. The moment I sent the message below when I asked about me not being in the Sims Corner anymore, that green dot immediately went to gray. And that rarely happened. But again, I waited patiently. I waited for Stellar, I waited for Mooney, and I waited for Korea. And when it came to Korea, it's not like they were offline. They would toggle on and offline. Like their light would go green, gray, green, gray, green, gray. So I know they saw my messages on Tumblr. They just were choosing not to respond. And as the days went on, yes, I got annoyed because I have been waiting for almost a week to get an answer from anybody. And nobody was available. And the one person that was available was actively avoiding me. Mind you, I wasn't watching Korea do this shit. It was whenever I hopped on Instagram, or when I hopped on, not Instagram, when I hopped on Tumblr. So before y'all fucking nitpick, because that's what y'all gonna do, and think like, oh, you're like stalking Korea. No, bitch, I wasn't stalking Korea. I was looking at the messages to see if they responded yet. And I didn't get a notification. And whenever you click the message, it'll show when the person was last active. After seeing that for a couple of days, I got frustrated, and on June 20th, I wrote to them. At this point, Korea, I genuinely don't get it. Was there something I did to warrant being kicked from the server, removed from your friends list, and given the silent treatment? You must think I've wronged you somehow, but you won't reach out like you used to tell me anything, and I feel like you're actively avoiding me, which I can't understand either. We've known each other for a year and had a very good relationship long before the Sims Corner was made, and the recent interactions and lack thereof between us has been very uncharacteristic of you. If for whatever reason you don't fuck with me no more, just say that. I'll respect and have more respect for your decision like I always had, instead of playing this game of Blue's Clues. I'm hoping it's all just a big misunderstanding, but there are too many things telling me it's not. Did I expect Korea to respond? No, but I left the message anyway. Just like Korea wanted to bitch to me about Chicharron stealing from them, I left my frustration be known, and I left it there for them to see it. Korea responds the next fucking day, June 21st, and says, "Hi Albie, I hope you're well. I can hear the confrontation or frustration in your message, and while I understand, I admittedly feel a little boxed in and therefore forced to speak. If you want to speak on respectability politics, then I should like to say that out of all people, I would have expected you to respect my boundary and understand that neither you nor anyone else is entitled to any sort of response from me. I simply feel unsafe speaking to you. I feel unsafe typing this. I feel unsafe trying to explain anything to you, so I've chosen not to. I expected you of all people to understand and respect that. But alas, if you want to speak about friendship or how long we've known each other, then allow me to say that there were many times I felt as though you treated me unfriendly, even before we stopped talking and even before whatever happened with the Sims Corner. And let me assure you that whatever happened in the Sims Corner has nothing to do with anything between you and I. I'm shaking as I type this, which is what I was hoping to avoid. But alas, this is what I mean. No one is entitled to your peace, ever. I understand you have no respect for me. Trying to choose comfort, trying to explain myself to someone who I think doesn't really quite care, frankly. Whatever is going on, I just ask that we go our separate ways and you conjure up some sort of respect for my space and allow me to carry on as I have, and I will award you the same. Thank you if you took time to read all of this." And so I responded with, "I appreciate the response. Have the day you think you deserve." And then Korea blocked me. So after Korea blocked me on Tumblr, I ended up seeing that we were still kind of following each other on Instagram. So I unfollowed and blocked them on Instagram, on all of my accounts. And I unfollowed them off of YouTube, and I unfollowed them on TikTok and blocked them on TikTok. Since they were too fucking lazy to do it themselves, I did it for them. The only thing that they blocked me from was Tumblr. And that is what led to me deleting the messages that I sent to Mooney and Stellar requesting the re-invite. Now, I debated with myself if I was going to reread the messages between Mooney and myself on June 22nd, because I did say that I was going to read everything from May to June 23rd, but I changed my mind. I have read these messages multiple times. I read it in my first video. I read it in the section pertaining to Hungary. I even shared it at the very beginning of this video. Now I know it's long, but I'm pretty sure somebody somewhere paused to read it and said, "Oh, this was from the first video," or "This was posted earlier in this video." Whichever it may be, this part here has been shown multiple times and you had ample amount of time to read it. So no,
I'm not going to repeat it. What I will say though is that June 22nd, I was still pissed off over the situation with me and Korea and the fact that Korea tried to gaslight me. So I decided to vent on my Instagram and on my Tumblr. I also want to say I probably did it on TikTok as well, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. So I wrote June 22nd in the afternoon, didn't have, banned from server with 0 warnings, removed from friends list, and attempt to be gaslit by one of my favorite creators on the first day of summer on my bingo card. But alas, here we are. Later that evening, Mooney responds to the message that I sent her the day before. And the reason why I sent that to her is because she was the first person that I reached out to when I found out that I wasn't in the server anymore. I messaged her the 17th. I then gave her a follow-up on the 21st. She responded on the 22nd. So I thought, it's possible she may have read it, she just couldn't respond because, according to her, she wasn't able to. She was sick. Then that entire bullshit happened and she blocked me. And if you were confused by the complete 180 shift that she did in the span of a half an hour, baby, how do you think I feel? I was confused. I was staring at those messages and I said, where did these allegations come from? When have I ever streamed incest in the Sims Corner? When have I ever wrote stories about my characters that glorified rape? As means of revenge, mind you, because heaven forbids Mooney actually decide to address a screenshot that I show. And she wants to nitpick and say, I didn't say it like that. I said it like this. Heaven forbids she do that. But you know what stood out to me the most? It was how she was able to quote me word for word. Have the day you think you deserve. And I looked at that and I said, how did you know that I said that? How did you know that I wrote that? It was almost a damn near copy paste the way that she quoted me. And it's a rhetorical question. I know how she knows because Korea told her. And not only did they tell her, they showed her. But here's something that I don't know. And only Korea and Mooney have this particular answer. Now, Korea hasn't said anything these past few months, and I don't expect them to. I think they're just going to stick to ignoring this whole situation as a whole. However, when it comes to Mooney, she simply cannot help herself. She has to pick up her sword and shield, throw on her cape, and go to war for her friends, mainly Korea. So if and when she decides to watch this video and comment, I have a question for her. Did Korea show you all of the messages that started from June 18th to the 21st, or did they only show you the part that they responded to? Because I sent the message that let my frustration be known on the 20th, they responded to that on the 21st. So did they show you everything, or did they only show you that portion? You can't dance around this question. It's literally like a yes or no. Yes, Korea sent me everything, or no, they only showed me that particular part. And I swear for God, if you say yes to the former and you knew since June 22nd that I reached out to Korea as cordially and respectfully as possible before I let my frustration be known on June 20th, and then they decided to respond and try to gaslight me to the point that I decided to say have the day you think you deserve, and that pissed you off to the point you completely ignored what I wrote on the 18th, I am going to lose my shit. Because how dare you? How fucking dare you lie on me like that and then add on your Instagram story for context, but you leave that whole part out? You and Korea made up a story in y'all head about me and claimed that I done stuff that I never did. I already have a theory about why I got booted from the server, because Korea thought that I was talking shit about them, because Korea didn't like the fact that I said that I was cordial with everybody, even with niggas that they ain't even fucking like Chitodon and Elvira, even though Chitodon and Elvira didn't fuck with me like that. That's why I said we were not friends, we were mutuals. But in Korea said because I was fucking cordial with everybody, they automatically deemed that as me being friends with them. And of course, because I'm friends with them, I have to be talking shit about them, right? I have to be infiltrating the Sims Corner or something and saying something poorly about them, right? I had to have shared messages that we exchanged where they were bitching, kvetching, and moaning about other creators, right? I had to have done all of that, because there's no way I would still be in the Sims Corner when I'm in another group chat talking to people that they don't like, right? Wrong. Never did any of that shit to them. And just like Mooney was saying when it came to Melchiora, if you didn't defend Melchiora, if you didn't agree with her in any way, shape, or form, you would be treated differently. That's what it's like when it came to Korea. That's what it was like in the Sims corner. That's what it was like. And y'all would rather die with the lie that y'all made in y'all head than acknowledge the fact that y'all fucked up. Hello everyone, I'll be seeing you from the future here. I decided to add this little tidbit because while I thought the screenshots of my Tumblr post, which I did share in my first video, I don't remember if I shared it in my second one, but without a doubt I did share it in the first one. I thought that sharing those screenshots of those posts along with Mooney's response to one of them was self-explanatory, but no one really pointed this out, so I figured I'd do it instead. As you've seen on a number of occasions throughout this video, Mooney claims to have given me a warning about what I streamed in the Sims Corner, so for me to say that I never received one is false. That part did not come out of the blue. I do believe she saw my Tumblr post. Now, I don't know whether she saw it on Instagram or TikTok or Tumblr itself. However, she wanted to let it be known that I was not banned with 0 warnings. Because she had to have looked at it and went, banned with 0 warnings? That's not true. I gave her a warning, so for her to say that she didn't receive a warning is not true whatsoever. Baby girl, you thinking a little bit too highly of yourself. I wasn't even talking about you. I was talking about Korea. That post in particular was in reference to them because at the time they were one of my favorite creators. And they were the one who booted me with 0 warnings, removed me from their friends list, and tried to gaslight me. You are not my favorite creator. At best, you were consideration because the very first time I knew of your work's existence was when Korea showed me pictures of your character in Taka doing the deed. And while I did say he was cute, and I ended up becoming curious of your show due to Korea telling me that Seth ended up going to jail for selling drugs, which made me go, well, I got to see this now to see how he got to this point. Should have stayed on the straight and narrow. Something like that. I shared it earlier in this video. His design and my curiosity just wasn't enough. Even when I started skimming your show and I saw how it went from laggy to smooth, which kudos to you, I love the growth, none of that was enough to keep me interested. Your machinima just is not interesting to me, so you would not have been considered a favorite creator of mine, let alone somebody I would recommend people to watch. And I'm not saying this because I don't like you. I never had a problem with you until you had a problem with me. And your problem with me occurred because I told you that it was Korea who booted me from the server. And you're probably thinking, and maybe other people are thinking, well, none of this would have happened had you not mentioned Korea in the first place. I'm sorry, babe. Is Korea a god? Are they some otherworldly being who will snatch my soul away if I say their name 3 times in a mirror? No. They're a human being. They're a person that wants to be treated like a person, remember? And all I said was that I learned that it was a person who booted me from the server. It was not a computer glitch. It was a human being. Korea. 30 minutes later, you ended up changing your tune and decided from that point on to do too fucking much by making allegations and assumptions about me, which you ended up posting publicly for everyone to see. I don't have a problem with the fact that you're defending Korea. I actually find it quite commendable that you're standing 10 toes down in this shit. However, defend your friend with the truth. Defend yourself with the truth. And you haven't done that. That's why I don't like you. But yeah, I figured that I would just add this little tidbit in here because I realized while editing this, I never really addressed this part. Again, I thought that this was pretty self-explanatory and that it's heavily implied that Mooney probably read my Tumblr post. But it didn't really hurt for me to just expand on it. Why not? Anyways, back to the video.
4 to 6 weeks later.
So I had to take a bit of a breather because I went ahead of myself and ended up going off on a rant, which I didn't mean to do. But if Mooney was shown all the messages from June 18th to June 21st, that would make Mooney a liar because she decided to cut all that out and paint me out to be an aggressor. But if Korea only showed her the messages on the 20th and the 21st when they responded to my frustration, that would mean that Korea lied to Mooney. And being none the wiser, wanting to be Captain Save-A-Ho, she felt compelled to defend her friend. When it comes to this particular set of messages, it is not multifaceted. It is literally a black and white situation. But even if that were the case and one of them was lying, that was not the reason I decided to make my videos. Going back to June 22nd when Mooney blocked me and I concluded that Korea shared our messages with her, whether it was the whole thing or not, I said, I bet since you want to be funny and share our messages with your friend, I'ma get hilarious and share our messages with one of the individuals that you had a problem with. Chicharon. If y'all remember her testimony, Chicharon said that she found out that Korea blamed her and Elvira for being the reason that they left the server. You want to know how she knew that? Because I told her at midnight on June 23rd. Now, I'm going to be a bit more transparent here, and I don't know how people will take this, but it really doesn't fucking matter at this point. I did reach out to Chicharon about maybe 15 minutes after I told Mooney that Korea was the one who booted me from the server. But the only thing that I was going to tell her about was the fact that Korea alleged that she was plagiarizing their work or their aesthetics, the nuances, or some shit like that. I already discussed that earlier in this video. And that was the only thing that I planned on talking to Chicharon about. I wasn't even going to share messages or anything like that. I was just going to say, hey, so Korea reached out to me and let me know that you were allegedly plagiarizing their work. I skimmed your work and I came to the conclusion that there are no similarities whatsoever. However, I want to make you aware of this just in case you start receiving comments and think that it came out of the blue. It didn't. It was because of Korea. One of the things that I forgot to mention in my section where I said, yes, I've taken part in shit talking Korea and their friends, is that I am not under the impression that Korea's fans just randomly reach out to them and say, hey, did you know such and such was copying you or something like that? I am under the impression that due to the algorithm, certain people's machinimas fall onto their feed and Korea looks at it and they start watching it. If not watching it, they start skimming it. And it upsets them to the point that they feel the need to vent about it. When it came to Minxie Cho Sims, I do believe somebody reached out to them and told them about that. When it came to Dominique and them were having a conversation, so that's how the whole situation with Jin happened. They reached out to me pertaining to that. When it came to Chicharon, they also reached out to me, but they said that a fan told them about it. And I don't think that that is the case. Not to mention, there was an incident that happened on TikTok where a creator was saying that Korea's fan base was attacking them because they were accusing them of plagiarizing Korea's work. The topic of aesthetics, fonts, angles, nuances, dynamics and stuff, all that shit came back into play. And I don't believe that it was a matter of fans bringing it to Korea's attention. I think Korea vented about it somewhere, maybe in the Sims corner, maybe in their own server. But it led to niggas assembling like they're the Avengers and hounding this particular creator. And what happened to them is what I thought was going to happen to Chicharon. So that's what I was going to mainly talk to them about. Well, if you knew about this in April, why didn't you let Chicharon and any others know about this? Why did you wait until Korea did something dirty to you for you to speak up? This sounds a bit hypocritical, don't you think? Seems to me that you were okay with allowing Chicharon to be attacked, but since you ended up getting done dirty by Korea, now you feel the need to be the spokesperson. If you have been paying attention and listening to this video, I do know that I talk a lot because I was not lying when I said there was a lot of information. But if you were paying attention, you would know that I said that at the time Chicharon was in the process of healing. She was hurt due to how she was treated by Korea. Just like Korea said that they felt uncomfortable seeing Chicharon in Elvira's name, that's how Chicharon felt. Even the cherry blossom emoji that is on our phones ended up triggering Chicharon to a certain degree because it was associated with Korea. Korea used that emoji almost every single day. She was vulnerable and I waited for her to be in a better headspace because had I told her then, without a doubt, she would have stopped making her machinimas or gone on this very long hiatus of some sort. And that would not have been fair to her whatsoever. So yes,
I waited, and I did ask her, had I told you this back then, would you have continued to make your machinimas? She said no. More than likely, I would have gone on a hiatus of some sort, and I don't know if I would have come back. But again, like I said before, the only thing I was going to talk to her about were the plagiarism allegations. But when Mooney responded with a follow-up message at 7:54, and it let me know that Korea shared our messages in context or out of context, it doesn't matter, all bets were off. I decided to show Chicharon everything that Korea said about her from February to May. I even shared the messages that I exchanged with Mooney. It didn't really matter. The bitch had me blocked. And I was still feeling a little bit peeved over the fact that she made these baseless allegations against me. I will say that I was a little bit nervous to a degree, like just a little bit. I wasn't sure how she was going to take in the information. Quite frankly, I was prepared to get probably cussed out and get my head virtually ripped off like a Raggedy Ann doll. I was genuinely prepared for the worst case scenario because it may come across as me being disingenuous. Like I didn't care what was happening to anybody else until it happened to me. Like I understood, but now I understand. That kind of thing. But that was not the case whatsoever. However, my intentions compared to the actions could have been perceived differently. So again, I was a little bit nervous about that. Surprisingly, at least surprisingly to me, Chicharon took all this pretty well. And after our conversation, she said, I appreciate you taking time out of your day to make me aware of all of this. And I said, yeah, I was only going to talk about this one thing, but due to X, Y, and Z, I decided to share everything with you. And she's like, yeah, I definitely appreciate all of that. And because I was still a little bit annoyed with Mooney's complete 180 shift in her tone and attitude and shit like that, I decided to vent on Tumblr. On June 23rd at 4:14 a.m., I wrote, didn't have, attempt to be gaslit, then blocked after being falsely accused of streaming incestuous Sims porn and writing Sims stories that glorify sexual assault as revenge by another Sims creator who is best friends with the other creator I mentioned on my bingo card either. But alas, here we are. And then I added in like the little tag section, I'm genuinely impressed at the audacity and selective memory. If there was an Olympics for the mental gymnastics it took to make this narrative, they receive a gold medal in each category. Pitiful. Absolutely pitiful. I'm not upset, just highly amused. What the fuck is in the water with these people? But unlike Korea, I didn't specify Mooney's name. I only mentioned Korea's name on Instagram, which none of them would have known about because they have me blocked. Well, correction, Mooney blocked me, I blocked Korea on all of my platforms, so none of them would have seen it. But after I finished venting about Mooney, I let the matter go. I said what I needed to say. I'm gonna move on, and I left it at that. Little did I know that Chicharon also decided to make a venting post of her own, which was on Instagram. And I didn't know anything about this until after I posted my second video and Mooney commented on it, which was in August. So, so Chicharon did give me a screenshot of their story that they posted because I think it was a highlight or maybe it was an archive of some sort. I really don't recall. But here's what she said. May 30th at 6:34 p.m. I'ma do my best to get my point across. I was very hesitant to say this, and still am due to the fact this creator has been well loved within the Sims community, but I cannot keep being silent by their behavior. Korea is a good writer and filmmaker. I respect their craft, but I don't respect them as an individual due to how they've been treating me and dragging my innocent friends into the mix just because of their association with me. I've had many instances with Korea that have made me genuinely uncomfortable with them, and when I try bringing it up to them, they never have taken accountability and would always bring up them being on a spectrum. I respect that and understand it can be hard, but it's never an excuse to treat me and people around you poorly. The people who genuinely supported and liked you as a person, I've tried to be friends and do my best to be on their good side. But just when I think I did, I was cast aside and ended up being treated poorly by them and their friends in chats or voice chats with no other warning. I got bullied out of leaving their server, The Sims Corner, and never once received an apology or explanation.
all my friends have unfortunately ended up getting into the mix without warning either, just because of their association, which isn't fair. I've never once expected my friends to take my side because everyone is entitled to be friends with whoever they want and support who they want. But based on them dropping good and real people all because of something that could have been resolved in private, I have to break my silence. Korea has disappointed me greatly, and I'm sorry to bring this to light to whoever supports them. I will always respect them as a fellow creator, but they haven't been the best person that they like to preach they are. If anyone is upset with what I had to say, I apologize, but I'm not going to remain silent of this mistreatment. Have a good day. June 23rd at 8:55 a.m., Chicharon writes, some people in the Sims community are toxic as fuck. Got nothing better to do than bring people down for their own pleasure. It genuinely irks me to see people cause drama over pixels and spread rumors like they're 12 years old. Act your age. I'm this close to giving the same energy back because I'm tired of it. I've been in love with story writing in Sims for years, and when I finally step into it, I'm seeing BS left and right. Give it a break. 9:22 a.m. that same day, my last story is specifically about certain creators who are well known. They like to act super sweet and nice, but behind closed doors, they talk shit about their own friends and fellow creators. Protect your peace. I've done nothing but be respectful about this petty shit and say nothing about you, but yet you go around spreading lies. Keep my name out your mouth. You see it, right? Are you guys finally getting the whole picture? If not, I'm gonna keep on going. And if you're wondering why I read the post that Chicharon made on May 30th, the answer is in a name, Morv. So on the evening of June 23rd, Chicharon reaches out to me and makes me aware of the fact that one of the founders brought my name up out of bumfuck nowhere and started talking shit about me. That founder being Mooney. And that confused her and her friends because nobody knew why my name was brought up in the first place. Now mind you, I was equally confused because I saw that Morph sent me a message in my DMs, but I didn't read it yet. I actually saw it in passing. And I was confused about that because I barely said 2 words to this girl. I only said hello, and then she was out of sight, out of mind. She didn't even fucking exist in my world up until June 23rd. And mind you, she sent this in the afternoon, so I came to the conclusion that Mooney had to have written something in the afternoon as well. So I ended up telling Chicharon, yeah, can you please fill me in about what's going on because I'm just as confused as you are. Also, Morph sent me a message and I don't even know who the fuck that person is. She says, oh, Morv is one of the founders of the Sims Corner. Ah, okay, gotcha. I ended up receiving screenshots of the posts that Mooney wrote on her Instagram, and I have the absolute pleasure of reading them all to you again. This is the last time I'm even addressing this because it's common sense, but you are not entitled to someone you don't know. At the end of the day, Korea is not a big creator. They are just a person who wants to be treated like a person. Because you idolize someone does not give you the right to intrude on their space and our privacy. This is the Sims community and such a niche part of YouTube. Literally no one here is above anyone else. So to hold Korea to unrealistic standards is sick. They do not have to be your friend or throw away their own comfort to cater to your needs. Also, how are we spreading lies, Albie? You went onto our server to stream a taboo 18+ content creator who makes graphic content about age gaps, incest, etc. I gave you a warning about this, so to say you weren't ever giving a warning is false. You know what you were doing. And since then, none of our mods ever felt comfortable with having you on our voice chats, since we were never sure what kind of stuff you were talking about or streaming. You being banned was a long time coming. We shouldn't have to walk on eggshells in a community that's meant to be a safe space. So no one is going to apologize for protecting our safe space, our privacy. Korea, me, and anyone has the right to block or ban people who make us feel unsafe. That is our right in our community. That is not bad behavior. That is setting a boundary. And then she adds, context on messages to Korea demanding a response. And as you can see, the messages are cut off. And at the end, where you see me say, I appreciate the response, have the day you think you deserve,
She adds, even after they have expressed feeling unsafe and uncomfortable, you have still decided to respond maliciously. This just further drives their point on why they never wanted to be associated with you in the first place. Anyways, this is the last time I'll be addressing this issue. Hope you find the closure you need and the space to think on this. In the future, respect people's boundaries and space. Stay on your side of the community and we'll stay on ours, as we simply do not want to be associated with you anymore. Have a nice day. I would say, and then she blocked me, but she already had me blocked, and I guess she thought that I wouldn't see it. Anyway, Barry shared the post and responded with, clocked it. And Stellar also shared the post, and she decided to add her 2 cents as well. And she writes, where the fuck is this screenshot? Here we go. Just a reminder that nobody owes you friendship or a response. Quit putting creators on pedestals and expecting anything from them. They are people and human beings. If you make someone uncomfortable, they have every right to never talk to you again. That is not immature or not acting your age. It's simply not wanting to talk to you again. You are not owed friendship or an explanation from someone who you don't even know. If you don't know their last name, then check your entitlement. Act your big age and accept that someone doesn't want to be your friend. We should have learned this in elementary school. And then we have Morph. And she writes, I don't understand why you need to sub-post Korea and spread lies about them to make yourself look like the better person. There is no message or evidence you could post that would make Korea out to be this bad person, and that's why you're sub-posting them with zero context. You and your friends idolize Korea to the point where you don't treat them like a person. What behavior do they have to be held accountable for? For not talking to you? They have done nothing that needs to be held accountable for. When did Korea ever talk shit about their friends? All you do is post about drama, and you want to stir the pot even when there's no drama. People are allowed to protect their peace. People are allowed to have boundaries. So why can't you respect their boundaries when they clearly stated you make them uncomfortable? They have not said anything bad about you or done anything to you. So please, tell me why you're beefing with people you don't even know. And I respond with, child, I ain't reading all that. Which I didn't. I have not read her messages up until now. And so she responds with, says the person that has so much to say yet she can't read a paragraph. And I respond, coming from somebody that doesn't know a damn thing about their friend in the situation. Thanks for being selective in your outrage on whose boundaries to respect. Have fun sucking your bestie's dick. Leave me alone. And speaking of dick sucking, ask Korea to send you all the messages between us. Might as well have the entire lore when you write your fanfic about me. They trash talk all y'all too. Anything else? Since you had so much to say? Wow, I knew you had a lot to say. Good job. Not you speechless, sis. While you collect your thoughts and your jaw and typing fingers, stay the fuck out of my box and piss off you yip yapper baby dog. I would calm down. And you can suck Korea's dick. Blocked. And y'all wanna know what this bitch did? She reported my account for bullying and harassment. Which is how we ended up where we're at today with me making these videos. It's giving cult. It's giving Goonie. It's giving Minion. A punish the non-believer of Korea kind of vibe, you know? And what's been Korea's response to all of this? Silence. Imagine talking to someone on a consistent basis for over an entire year, and throughout that time they develop a set of problems with you, but they never tell you about them, so you're left in the dark thinking that everything's all cool. Then one day you're asked, no, damn near interrogated by this person who tries to play in your face when you get defensive and ask questions back. Then all of a sudden, silence. And not only are you met with silence, you're given their entire ass to kiss for the remainder of your time in a server they ain't give a fuck about, before ultimately deciding to boot you for their own personal reasons. And when you, a nigga who ain't been nothing but respectful towards them, want to know why, their response is to try and gaslight you. That was my experience with Korea. Had months to unblock me from Tumblr or even Discord to say something, anything, when Mooney and their friends did that shit. But instead, they chose silence. Absolute silence. Whatever. Congratulations! I read everything, and you listened to it, whether you skipped through it or you watched the whole thing. I'm proud of you, cause I read everything, from Korea to Mooney to Stellar and that bitch ass nigga Morph. I read it all, and damn, does it feel good. And I have to thank Mooney for this, because she simply could not help herself. She just had to defend Korea again. And in doing so, she gave me one of the best materials that I could ever use. So should she come back and decide to write another Dear John letter in the comments section, I'm just giving her a fair warning to stop playing with me and stop playing with the people, because they have been reading and listening and watching this whole thing since day one, and not once have I ever changed my story. But you have, multiple times, and not only did your comment show and confirm what I been knew since this all happened, that you're full of shit, they now know that you're full of shit. Had you just been honest and admitted to the fact that, you know what, yeah, I dragged your name up because I was still mad over the fact that Korea poured their heart and soul out to you and was talking about how you made them feel unsafe and uncomfortable, you decided to respond maliciously with half the day you think you deserve, and I was still mad, so I decided to bring your name up. Also, you said that you were banned with 0 warning, when I did too give you a warning. Now, I may have said that it wasn't your fault and not to feel at fault because, you know, there weren't rules that were explicitly stated, but it's common sense that this should still be taken as a warning. And even though it wasn't me or Barry or Morph or Stellar or Pretty Poison who decided to ban you, and it was Korea after they came back for their own reasons because they felt uncomfortable, even though they can't specify what it is that made them feel uncomfortable, your ban was still a long time coming because you made all of us feel uncomfortable. Even though it's my server and I can run it however I see fit. I actually have 2 servers, and I probably don't run the second one either. Yeah, had you just been honest, and it's not even about honesty at this point, had you left me alone, because you already said what you wanted to say, you already made it seem as though I made you feel uncomfortable, that I wrote all these stories that glorified rape, that I put Korea on a pedestal and dehumanized them, you already came to all those conclusions, told me to have a nice life, and you blocked me. Had you left it at that, we wouldn't be here. But on your quest to defend Korea because you saw something that you didn't like written by somebody else, you decided to drag me back into the situation and lie, which resulted in your dumbass friend coming into my DMs and then reporting my account when she got her ass cussed out. So yes, while Korea is an asshole for trying to gaslight me and make it seem as though I'm the one that made them feel unsafe and uncomfortable when I never did a damn thing to them, the fault lies with you. One of the reasons I decided to make these videos in the first place was because of you. Because you lied. And here we are at the end, and I'm not sure how to wrap this up. I thought about treating this like an old term paper that I used to do in college and go, in conclusion, X, Y, and Z. But nah. Once I post this video on my respective platforms, there won't be another one. Why would there be? I said all I had to say throughout this thing, repeated a lot of things multiple times, and made a game out of it too. A 4th, 5th, or 6th video after all this? It's completely unnecessary. And that be obsessive. I know I'm bound to hear, well, technically read, questions, statements, assumptions, maybe even some insults about me, especially due to the length of this video, but more than likely, I won't be addressing this matter again. Correction, I might respond to a few comments and make a few jokes behind closed doors here and there. Not like y'all can fucking hear that. But doing an in-depth response video like this one, and then some? No. There's no point in me doing that. So should anything come from this and that particular group decide to make their own videos or their own post again, like even if there's the slightest chance that Korea will finally respond and they post it on their respective platforms, whether it be Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Tumblr, Twitter, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Pillow Fort, fucking Threads of all places, and even Patreon, because I almost forgot that Korea has a Patreon. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to see anything. I couldn't care less. So what was the point of all of this, you may or may not be asking? You wasted your whole summer and even a portion of your fall making these videos. This one far more longer than the others, so surely you must want something. It is damn near Thanksgiving. Maybe. Depends. Don't know when I'll be posting this, but it's damn near Thanksgiving. And you keep on making this stuff. Like, you have to want something. What on earth do you hope to gain from doing this? Nothing. Not a thing. I did this for me, for the sake of my closure, because it'd be a complete disservice to go out of my way to defend other people, but choose to remain silent when I'm done wrong. And as morbid as this may potentially sound, nothing's really going to change that much from me making this video. Korea's channel is going to continue to grow. Barely Certain is much bigger now than when I first started making these videos over the summer. Their goonies are going to goon whenever problems come about. They're going to leave a trail of either hurt or pissed off niggas in their wake. Lather, rinse, repeat. That's just the way that it is now, and it's a little disappointing to see. Now, I don't know what happened between last year and now for Korea's attitude to change the way that it did. But to see someone go from wanting the machinima community to grow to having an attitude where they want to be one of the only machinima creators in the Sims community to grow was a plot twist I ain't even see coming. But alas, here we are. There's a possibility somebody's probably thinking that the main reason I made these videos is to have an equitable dialogue of some sort, or even get an apology from Korea and the Goon Squad. And I'm here to tell y'all, I ain't never gonna get anything like that, because I'm convinced they're all willing to die with the lies they let themselves believe to be truths. They can choke for all I fucking care. Even if there was the slightest chance of getting an apology of any kind whatsoever, or even a dialogue, if somebody wants to reach out to me and say, hey, can I talk to you for a split second, or anything like that, no amount of dialogue or apologies from any of the parties involved, including those who should have never said a damn thing to begin with, can rectify the wrong that's been done to me. From Korea trying to gaslight me and make me out to be an aggressor, to Mooney not only accusing me of streaming incestuous Sims porn, now it's me streaming a minor and a dude in their 30s, to writing stories that glorified rape as means of revenge if she wants to be nice, dehumanizing Korea, and making a call out post that heavily implied that I said and did things that I never did, which was shared multiple times, mind you. Sis even went as far as to accuse me of being obsessed and stalkerish when she came onto my platform after saying she was going to stay on her side of the community to write this Dear John letter to me, to more being mad disrespectful and reporting my account for bullying and harassment because she didn't like the fact her ass got cussed out when the bitch came at me first, and Pretty Poison's passive aggressive ass coming to me trying to tell me in more ways than one to shut up because she tired of hearing about the situation when all she had to do was mind her fucking business. Nothing can fix any of that whatsoever. And since Mooney is completely unoriginal and loves to use my words against me, I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing. You need to find a space to think on things in the future, because the next time you want to do a call out post, get all your facts and the people you want to talk about right. Have the year and the life you think you deserve. And if you don't like any of the shit I had to say, you can die fucking mad about it. Also, I do want to advise people who consider themselves friends and really good associates of Korea's. Whether or not they choose to listen to this is completely up to them. If and when you find yourself in a situation where Korea begins to randomly ask you all these questions in an accusatory tone and it borders on the line of interrogation, because said questions are, what happened,
Who were you talking to? What did you say? What did they say? What was y'all's conversation? When did it happen? Where did it happen? Blah, 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 in rapid succession. Then you find yourself being completely ignored by them afterwards. Your ass is about to be cut off because you're of no use to them anymore, and you've now been deemed a toxic individual who makes them feel unsafe and uncomfortable. You will never get answers. You will never get an apology. You will never get closure. At best, you'll be met with their gaslighting method, and whether or not that'll be successful depends on the individual they're doing that to. It didn't work on me. I hope that it doesn't work on you. And let's say on the rare chance, the extremely rare chance Korea does reach out to apologize to you, take their apology with a grain of salt. Let whatever hope you have of reconciling and rebuilding whatever standing you had with them before die, because not only will you find yourself getting disappointed in the end, you will be seen as a sucker. As for everyone else, thank you for joining me on this crazy ride. I hope you enjoyed watching this video. I definitely enjoyed making it. Bye!